All right, welcome in, friends. We'll get started here in a bit. Okay, that's good. There we go. All right. Hope everyone's having a good Tuesday. How's everybody doing? Hope everyone's doing well. HLT, how you doing? It's good to see you. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. Saying hello to my let's see, I got 2 friends so far on YouTube. So hello to you out there. And to everyone on TikTok, hello to you too. So we're looking for evidence that your God is just. If you are a believer. Oh, hey, change your mindset. Yeah, I'm going to give folks who haven't been up yet a chance first. So if you're a believer, if you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, the Quran, and you have evidence that your God is just and you want to talk about it, request up. But for now, let's get me to 5,000 likes and let's share out the live. Yeah, I'll be on for a few hours, change your mindset. And so let's share out the live to your friends. If you don't know how to do that, just long press on your screen. And all your friends list will come up and share it out to them. Okay, sounds good. Change your mindset. I can't imagine walking around thinking I might perish in fire for the rest of my life. I agree, Annie. Especially without any evidence of that, right? It's almost like thinking that there are monsters in your closet. So let's get me to 5,000 likes. I'll bring up my first guest. Jake, how you doing? You going to decide what God does? I don't know what that means, nomadic golf. Well, obviously you don't know the holy what? When did you come up with this? Not sure what you were talking about. Come up with that. Evidence, schmevidence. You just hate God and want to see in. Tiny Science, you called me out. Well, see, that's why you're the GOAT, because you just know. You know these things. Mr. Mikes, how does a dead corpse love me? How is that possible? Why does God give children cancer? Exactly, Annie. Great question. Even tougher is why babies? Crank it up. Really? You're fucking atheist BS. We got a mind reader in the chat. Everybody, crank it up as a mind reader. So what am I thinking right now? Crank it up. Actually, what number am I thinking? Crank it up since you're a mind reader. And thank you for the heart me's. Appreciate it. Is an omnipotent and omniscient being responsible for everything that occurs. If this omnipotent and omniscient being created everything, yes. Faith is about faith or belief, not about evidence plus proving what you believe in. God loves you. Well, Sammy, then that means that every religion is true. All 10,000 religions are true. Every God that everyone believes in exists. And that's silly. That's nonsense. Atheist answer for why everything exists. I don't know. Not me, bacon and eggs, but that's not today's topic. So why don't you come up when I have the God is real discussion, and I'll take you through why everything exists. We have answers for that. Science has answers for that. So let's bring up two friends real quick. Hey, Lobes.
Hey,
Hey, I'm over it. How's it going?
I'm back. I don't know if you got my message, but I was in the hospital this morning.
Oh, you're back. Oh, okay. Well, I thought it
Well, I'm
said.
home now because they released me like
Oh, they
no
released you
fucking
again.
usual.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. How you doing, Lobes?
I'm great. Yeah, I'm feeling good.
Good.
You all right? I'm over it. Coming out of the hospital.
Huh?
Are you all right?
I'm honestly no. I'm so fucking mad. Like I'm
Yeah,
so fucking mad at everything.
I understand. Insurance sucks.
This, yeah.
Yeah, our healthcare system is broken for sure. So I'm
Like
really,
I'm supposed to get help,
yeah,
and can I just make something like fuck? So my inbox is flooded and wild and fucking like I see people that are talking I don't even fucking care, but the fact that if you are going to downgrade somebody with mental health problems, and I've already talked to a couple people not only just on TikTok, but I've also called out a couple people on fucking YouTube. I fucking see it. I fucking see the nasty comments and I see the shit talking about me. Don't you ever, ever, ever degrade somebody with mental health issues because that is absolutely awful.
oh, for
Awful
sure.
shit.
Yeah, for sure. But hey, you know them by their fruits, right?
Yeah.
You know them by
It's
their
just it's
fruits.
fucking wild. Like
Yeah,
I would never do that. I would hold my life. I would hold space for somebody that's fucking having
yeah,
a a problem.
yeah,
Like
exactly.
I don't have a lot of fucking I'm trying. I am so trying so hard and I'm new to this shit. So people need to just like lighten the fuck up.
Yeah, I understand. And people on social media can be really cruel sometimes. I hear you.
I'm just like I'm very angry. I'm like Greg to Plume right now. I'm on a fucking angry zone of like 500 today.
Oh boy. Yeah. So you're at
And I'm
500?
supposed to be on meds. I can't even get my meds because I can't fucking afford them. Can't
Yeah.
fucking afford them.
I'm sorry.
I'm not mad at you. I'm not yelling at
I
you.
know
I
you're
hope
not.
you don't. Okay.
I know you're not.
Okay.
I know you're not. Yeah.
It's just so frustrating.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm supposed to get help. I need to get help. I know I need help.
Yeah.
And yet the fucking medical system says no because insurance and money is more fucking important than my fucking
Yeah.
life.
I hear you. Okay. Well,
So yeah, I just wanted to let you know. I didn't know if you got into the group chat.
oh
I
yeah, I
didn't
did.
say much.
It's been a pretty busy morning for me, day for me,
Uh,
morning and day.
that's
Um,
all I've
I just
done
didn't
is
have a
like run around and try to get shit done, but
yeah,
nothing got fucking accomplished.
I got you. Right. Well, okay. Well, let's I'm gonna yeah, hey Lobes. Still there?
Yep, I'm
Oh,
still here. I got
well,
a few minutes. I'm
what's
on
that?
break. I got a couple of minutes to hang out. I'm on break.
Oh, you're on break? Okay. Okay. So, well, how was your Thanksgiving?
Oh, fantastic! I got stuffed. I
Yeah.
love Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Can't wait for the next one.
You can't wait for next year. That's awesome.
It's one of my favorite. I mean, I'm always looking for an excuse to overeat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. I hear that. And to my own peril, I agree with you. Yeah, as usual, I overate too. So, but I'm glad you had a great Thanksgiving. That's great to hear.
Yeah. Yeah. Yours was good too.
Oh yeah, it was. And it was Mrs. Verify's birthday on Saturday. Yeah, Saturday. So we went out of town for the weekend right after that and celebrated her birthday. So that was fun. That was nice. So
Great. Happy
yeah.
birthday, Mrs. Vera.
Okay, I'll pass it along. Pass it along. So yeah, it was lots of fun. But it was yeah, it was just it's just been like geez, I like hardly got on last week. I was so busy last week and still going. And I'm doing my Toys for Tots thing too. So like getting all kinds of stuff coming in, like shipments coming in and I got to make videos for that and all that stuff. So Oh, it's just crazy. It's crazy right now.
I'm so glad that I can at least do something with my
You are
tithing
awesome.
now.
Yeah, you are awesome. So,
Because now I know my money's going to something good.
and I'm gonna be buying more stuff for that. I got to get through. I got like 4 boxes that are like even unopened, so I got to get through those first. But
Nothing broken.
nope, nothing's. Well, there was one toy that came in that didn't work. It was like this little handheld Game Boy type thing, and
God, I miss Game Boy.
yeah, it came in, didn't work, and oh, that's very nice, Wisdom Mission, and so hey, Holojack, and so I just reached out to them and they sent me a replacement. So I think it just came in yesterday. So, and
I
but
got
yeah,
a tennis racket today.
okay, good. You got a new tennis racket, and between you and Glass Mama, man, you guys are crushing it with the donations. Oh, and 7 Lemons, he donated too, so that was awesome. So got some donations coming in, people buying some toys, and so Toys for Tots, man, they're gonna be inundated this year, at least from me.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So you are correct. But hey, you got your tennis racket. That's great.
Yeah. So if I'm not hitting my bed, I might hit somebody.
Okay. Well, just hit your bed.
I'm just in a fucking like. I'm holding this plastic bottle right now. I just want to throw shit.
I hear
I've already
ya.
thrown shit today, and I broke
hear ya.
something. So
Yeah. Scream into your pillow.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you can do that. Sometimes I like if I'm mad and I'm in my car, I'll just scream in my car. Because nobody, like people look at me weird, but who cares? I don't know who they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like I made a video last night because I was so fucking pissed. I'm cutting a tomato and I'm getting messages because I went Michael Myers on the fucking tomato
Oh.
and they're all mad over that, but not what I fucking said. And I'm
Yeah.
like, you people have no clue.
Yeah.
No fucking clue.
Yeah. It's wild, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's wild.
I'm just trying to do the best I can. That's all I can fucking do.
I hear you.
And I guess if people are just going to get mad that I have to reach out to get help in some fucking way, I guess be fucking mad because I only have limited fucking resources right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm really sorry.
I
Healthcare
hate
system
this.
sucks.
It's not even just for me, but for like everyone who suffers with mental health issues. Like this is not okay. They hear the fucking stigma about it all the
Yeah.
time,
Hey,
but
Chris.
is anything being fucking done about it? I have no idea.
Yeah. Yes, that stigma, you're absolutely right. It's really tough. Really, really tough. So the topic of today is evidence that your God is just. So that's what we're focusing on. And I want to talk to people who are believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, the Quran, or at minimum, a mind that created the universe. That's who we want to talk to today. So
If you want to drop me down, that's fine. I gotta make supper for Sean.
oh, okay. All right.
So I don't know if you're still doing one at a time or whatever.
Yeah.
That's
But there's nobody
that's
there's nobody in the queue right now.
Oh, there's nobody in the queue?
Yeah.
Sean's not even home yet. I don't know when the fuck he's getting home. Oh, it's 3:50. Another 15 minutes.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah. So
You want to? My God is just what?
just what? Yeah, I've been getting some really that's a good one. Maybe I should do a blank line. Yeah, both sizing the comments, man.
Can I ask you speaking of the Bible, what is this? I have no idea, but you have to cover your head or some man is going to lust over you?
Something like that, yeah. But
That's weird.
almost no
It'd be
Christians
your
follow.
fault. You're a stumbling block.
It's your fault.
I'm a stumbling block
Yeah.
if I don't cover my hair.
Yeah, it's your fault, you Jezebel. Tempting men tempting men's like that.
Men can't help it, but
We can't
boys
help
will
it.
be boys.
We can't help it.
We shouldn't be a fault if you're gonna have your hair out. Whoa.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're gonna have your hair out. Well, geez. That's apparently you're just free game at that point. It's just not just
That
wild.
ankle,
The
ankles
more
coming
hear
out,
Yeah,
about
yeah.
shit,
shoulder.
Wrists, yeah,
That's what you're
wrists.
begging for. How are we supposed to hold back when there's shoulders, ankles, and hair just popping out every which way?
Exactly. We just can't help ourselves. Yeah, it's just wild, crazy stuff.
the more I hear about the fucking Bible, the more I'm glad I deconstructed because that's just
exactly.
fucking too weird for me.
Oh,
Going back
Dominic's.
to work.
All
Yes,
right.
Russ, good to see you. I'm
It's
over
good to see you, brother. All right. Well, don't work too hard, man.
it. Okay.
All right. See ya. Oop. Sorry. Oop, let me finish up. Sorry. I meant to drop. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? I meant to drop. Here. Request back up. I'm over it. We'll finish up, and then I'll get to some guests. So hang tight, guests. We're gonna finish up here. Oh, there you are. Okay. Sorry about that. I meant to drop.
It
loads.
happens. It
Yeah,
happens
and he
to me
dropped.
too. It get like all of a sudden, if I have 3 up, it's like they all come down. I'm like,
And then they switch
Wow.
around. Yeah, they all switch around and stuff. But I meant to drop Lobes, but he beat me to it, and then I ended up dropping you instead.
I went and bought myself a gift for myself. I never do that. I bought a laptop.
Good. That's good.
I have no idea what I'm going to get into,
Okay.
but I'm going to have somebody to pay. I'm going to have to pay somebody to teach me how to run the motherfucker.
Well, that's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
I don't mind learning new things.
yeah, I think there's like some free courses out there. I believe. I'm pretty sure there are, like online. There's some free
Yeah,
stuff. out there.
Microsoft has some.
Yeah. So, yeah, maybe I'll send some links in the group chat.
Okay.
All right. Well, we got 4 people who are requesting, so here I'm gonna drop you down. But hey,
Okay.
hang in there,
I love
okay?
you.
All right, love you
Okay.
too. All right, see, I'm over it.
All right.
That's my friend. I'm over it. Who is bravely working through some things and all that stuff. So Dominic's, congratulations on the 20 years of sobriety. So I got almost 14 years of sobriety without God. How'd I do it? No God, no Jesus, no higher power, no nothing. How'd I do it? How'd I manage that? In fact, when I did believe in God, I couldn't get more than a year of sobriety. So how'd I manage to do that? My sobriety date is February 13th of 2013. Oh, so it'll be 13 years. My bad. 13 years. Fuzzy Wuzzy. Oh, no. I'd be raw. So no, that's not what it was. How do we know that's true, Brian? See, these are just claims, no evidence. All right. Well, let's get to some guests here. Thanks. I'm over it. And so did you. So takes a lot. If Sky Daddy not real, then why he make Sky Baby Angels? Oh boy. Yeah, HLT. Yeah. They're a little scarce today. So, but let's take our first guest. Okay, so if you're in the queue, please be sure that you are at least 18. You believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran, or at the minimum, a mind that created a universe. If you're like a pantheist or believe in Spinoza's God or some kind of other woo, I'm just not interested in talking to you. It's not very interesting. And also, you have evidence that your God is just. So we're going to stay very linear today. We're going to stay extremely linear. So nothing about God's existence. I'm just going to kibosh all of that stuff. So God is just. What is your evidence? That's what we're sticking to. All right. Airsick, you're up first. How you doing? How's it going, Airsick?
What's going on, man?
Hey, I'm doing well. All right. Are you at least 18?
Yeah.
Okay. And which God do you believe in? The one of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran?
the one I lean towards the most and the one I only stand with is one from the Bible.
All right. And what's your best evidence that your God is just?
Well, it's a great question, man. Because there's nothing wrong with having questions. I got my own questions, but the best evidence I have of what I would just say God in general is you, me, and everything around us.
Well, not God in general. I want evidence that God is just. What evidence do we have that God is just?
Well, that's the thing. It's not that simple, because if we're going off religions, it's like I like to take religion out of it, because though I'm a Christian, I consider myself a man of God. There's still stuff with Christianity that I'm like, oof, it's a struggle to understand a lot of that. So I'm not going to come in here like I know everything. However, my only point to your question is existence, creation. That's my main thing of believing in a higher power creator is creation.
Okay, creation. All right. And does that include all the suffering that's in the world? Did God create all the suffering?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, when you create when you create something as complex as this, where creatures have free will, I'm not going to blame all the bad on God. I just say that people are the ones that are making it what it is.
Do babies have free will?
Absolutely, babies can do whatever they want. However, we are responsible for taking care of them to a certain extent.
Yeah. And so when babies are born with cancer, where's the free will there?
Hey, but the bodies of the humanity are very strange, and sickness is what it is in a situation like that. I can't blame that on God.
Well, God created these bodies, right?
Absolutely, part of creation. Absolutely.
Yeah. And you believe that Psalm 139 verse 13 is true? God knitted everybody in the womb, formed everybody in the womb.
So this is where I go back to telling you that I'm not fully Christian. That's just the one I align with at the moment.
Okay.
Now,
so not everything in the Bible is true. That's what I'm hearing.
Well, no, not necessarily, because I think that the current Bible is not. I wish I could get the original Bible personally. There's so many different translations. There's so many rewrittens. I'm like, look, I want the original Bible. That's what I want. That's why I always say, Lord, forgive me for what I question, and Lord, forgive me for what I don't know or don't understand.
All right. Well, then how do you know God if not from the Bible?
Me and my relationship with God is completely different than you and yours and everyone else's.
All right.
My relationship with God that's my own understanding, my own perception. Could some of it be wrong? Absolutely.
Yeah, I got you. So then you really don't have a way to know if God is just or not.
I have a way to say that from you to me to everyone else to every other to nature. When I look at this, I say there's no chance there's no way that this is all just here for nothing. That's harder to believe than anything.
Yeah. So then an evil God, then an unjust God could have created everything.
I will say this. God I feel like, because of the way the world works and the way, reality is, I believe strongly that God is capable of destruction just as much as creation, just as much as good, just as much as bad. In the sense of what we understand as bad might not be exactly the way God sees it. Okay. Because you have bad and you have good. That's cool. That's our perception as humans. But when you say for example, Sodom and Gomorrah, when you look at an event like that, it's like, damn, that's bad. But then it's like you look deeper and it's like, wait a minute. Was it necessary bad, or was it what's going on here? All these
necessary.
questions.
That's a great point. Yeah. And was it necessary?
Well, here's the thing. When we talk about what was happening with Sodom and Gomorrah, you had people that say it was necessary. Then you had people that say, oh, that wasn't necessary. But me personally, I do believe personally it was necessary.
Well, let me ask you this then. If it was necessary, why did God create him in the first place?
We all have the same question. Why are we here? Why were we created? You think I don't have the same questions as you? Hell yeah, I do. I ask the same thing. God, why am I here? Why? What's going on? What's really going on? But my answer to that question, brother, I don't know it all. All I can tell you is,
That's fair. That's
God
honest.
created us for free will.
Yeah.
For to experience life. Life is an experience.
Well, see, here's my struggle with that. My struggle with that is, well, let me ask you this. Do you believe that God is omniscient, all-knowing, all-powerful?
I believe that God knows everything you're going to do to a certain extent, because if you're thinking it, he knows it. However, I don't believe that God just predetermined your whole life. Like, that's just ridiculous. Free will, that the whole free will's out of the question if that's the case. But God knows everything that you're doing, and if
Okay.
you're thinking it, he knows it.
Before you were created, does God know everything that you were going to think and what you're going to do?
I don't think that that's necessarily how it works, but I definitely know that in my own perception, I believe that God, if you're doing something, God knows you're doing it. Now, if you're thinking something, God knows you're thinking it. But if you have not done or even thought about doing so, then of course God don't know what, he can't. It's not like God said, hey, in 20 years, you're going to do this on this day and this time. And whoa,
Okay.
that's not how that works.
Okay. So then you don't believe God is all-knowing then? Because if he doesn't know exactly, yeah.
God is all knowing in the sense of knowing what is happening, as in whatever is being done and whatever is being thought about doing, God knows.
So in the present time.
However, yes, but however, God is not like sitting here like, hey, in 10 years, you're going to have 5 kids and they're going to do this and they're
Okay.
going to do that.
So he can't predict the future. I got it. Okay.
Not to that extent of, free will goes out the question.
Okay. Okay. So
That's my perception of it.
all right. So then okay, so then you think he doesn't know, okay, so he doesn't know the future, but he knows the present. So he knows everything going on in the present.
God is all knowing only with what is being done, what is being thought about being done. Like, for example,
Well, in a sense, that's
I
the future.
can't say right now you could read my thoughts. Okay, if whatever I'm thinking about, you know it. Whatever I do, you see it. But however, you can't tell me in a week from now I'm going to do something specific at a specific time at a specific. No, hell no.
Okay,
He's
then
going to
not
pick
all-
up the fork and do this.
Then he's not all knowing.
He's not all knowing unless it's something that you've thought or have done.
Okay.
Heabsolutely.
He's
I
mostly
believe
knowing.
it. I do. I
right.
personally believe that.
All right. Then he's mostly knowing. Okay. All right. And see, now this is the part I like to ask people. How do you know that? Like what method did you use to conclude this is true?
The way I understand it is, if God is so powerful of creation, if God is so powerful of being our judge in a certain extent, this is my perception, right? This is a great question. If God is this powerful, which I do believe he is, I do believe that whatever I think and whatever I do, I'm held accountable for my actions only. And how I think and what I do, and absolutely, I believe that God knows my heart at all times.
Okay. He knows your heart at all
That's
times.
what I believe. Yes,
Okay. So then God then knows like if you're a good person or if you're not a good person, right?
I believe that. Yes, I personally believe all of that.
Okay. So then in a sense, he does know what you're going to do.
If you, like I said, if it's on your mind, if you're thinking it, and if you're doing it, God sees it and God knows it.
Okay. Now but you would agree that, people don't always know what they're going to do, in the future, right? Yet they could still be not good people.
Absolutely.
Okay. So God knows you're not a good person. So like for example, if God knows you're a thief, God would not put you in a jewelry store, right? Even if you didn't even think about robbing that jewelry store, he would not put you in a jewelry store.
Well, that sounds good in theory, but at the same time, God can know you're a thief and you can still do whatever you want to do.
Sure.
You have free will. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. But would he put you in a jewelry store?
I mean, you're gonna do what you want to do. That's God has nothing to do with what you're gonna do with your free will.
Okay, so he would put you in
However,
a jewelry
God
store?
knows what you're doing if you're doing it, and if you're thinking about robbing a jewelry store, He knows you're thinking it. Now, if you act on it, hey, all I can tell you is be careful because karma's not good.
Well, wait a minute though. If let's just say you're not thinking of let's just say I'm a jewelry thief, right? I am a jewelry thief. I'm not thinking at that moment of robbing a jewelry store.
Okay.
And would God, like if he wanted to, would he pluck me up and then drop, like how you do it on the Google Maps, you can do that little yellow guy and you can plop him down, you can see the street and all that.
Okay.
Would God plop me up like the little yellow guy on Google and then drop me in a jewelry store? If I wasn't thinking about robbing a jewelry store, but I am a jewelry thief.
I don't think, I personally, if something like that did happen, boy, that'd be in the book of goddamn me. Let me tell you, that'd be in some kind of book, something.
Right.
Yeah. But in theory, I'm not going to limit God to anything. God can do whatever, God want to do. But in this example question, if you're asking me, is God going to put you in the position to do something? I mean, look, God can give it to you. God, look, in your head, you got right and wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that's Christ within all of us. I'm just telling you what I believe. So, yeah, you can have a choice to do what you want to do. Whether you do this or not, that just determines on your free will.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out if God would actually put me up and plop me down inside the jewelry store. If I'm a jewelry thief, I'm not thinking about robbing the jewelry store. Because you said, well, he knows, what it is in the moment, but he doesn't know the future. So if he doesn't know the future, then really he doesn't know whether or not I would actually think about robbing the jewelry store, right? Yet if my past, I have robbed jewelry stores. So, and if God wanted to, and if he wanted to put someone in that jewelry store, would he pick me?
Hey man, God, when it comes to God doing something like that, we're talking about a situation that it surely, I'm just trying to be honest with you, it has nothing to do with God when we're talking about what you're talking about.
Well,
you're talking about robbing a jewelry store. That's free will.
No, I'm not talking about robbing the jewelry store. I'm talking about, I'm kind of testing where this is going, like the coherence of this, like, because you're saying he doesn't know the future. He doesn't know, if I'm not thinking about it, he doesn't know whether or not I'm going to do it, right? If I'm not thinking about it.
Right.
However,
I mean,
if I've done it in the past, does God would God trust me to be in a jewelry store?
Let me tell you my perception of this.
All right.
God loves all his children, right? That's the whole, we've all heard that generic, but it's true. I believe this. God loves all his children.
Okay.
Creation. When it comes down to what you're asking me, I don't think God necessarily would care where to put you. God's going to always put you in places. You're always going to have a choice from right and wrong. You're always going to have the choice whether to rob it or do it. No, he cares. Let me rephrase that. What I'm saying is, at the end of the day, whether you rob it or not, that's your free will. God can put you in any position you want, good or good or bad. You're going to have the choice.
All right. Well, because I'm trying to understand, because I'm kind of doing it from this just angle, right? Because would you consider it just if a judge, that's probably the best way I can put it. Like if a judge says, hey, you know what, Mr. Trust but Verify, I know in the past that you've robbed jewelry stores. But we don't exactly know if you're going to rob a jewelry store again. Oh, and we just got a money gun, so we got to do an immediate kick pull. Got to stop right there. So, all right, well there it is. We got to do an immediate kick pull. All right, so let me bring that up real quick. But this was an interesting conversation so far. All right.
Yeah, I mean it's a pleasure.
Yeah, it's been interesting. Okay, so So somebody did vote for an immediate kick poll. I saw the money guns come up, chat. So it is time for the kick poll. Okay. So you guys know what to do. Happy face to keep the guest, or crying face to move on to the next one. So, but Ersic and I have had a pretty pleasant conversation. So, all right. So, and of course, Ersic, you can vote for yourself. If you vote for the happy face, you can vote to keep yourself on, or crying face.
Oh man, they can vote however they want, man. I'm loving the conversation. I feel
Yeah,
like we're
same here.
stuck on I feel like a little stopping point, but I mean, yeah, it's a good conversation.
Yeah, it's been a good conversation. But I guess that's what I'm trying to understand. Like, if you know, because like if it would be just to, you know, trust somebody with like a history of having committed crimes, like robbing jewelry stores, you know, would it be the right thing to do? Would it be fair to say, let that person walk into a jewelry store knowing that they've robbed jewelry stores in the past? It's kind of what
You
I'm
know,
getting at.
I'd love to answer it, but it seems like they voted me out. So I mean, look, if they voted me out,
Last
we'll
thought?
go. We'll stop it at that.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, come back again, Ersic. This was a good conversation. I appreciate the cordial talk.
Likewise, man.
All right, man.
Likewise.
Enjoy the rest of your day. Take care.
You too, brother.
All right. Well, there it is. So there it is, chat. So to whoever did the money gun, I'm over it. I'm over it. Sent the money gun. Funny. All right. So okay, so you did hit the live goal. So congrats on that. Let me set another live goal for 25 more boxing gloves. And so if you see, these live goals will not pay the rent. It is to show TikTok that I run a good live. So if you think that, then, you know, of course, contribute. And if not, that's okay. It's not required, always appreciated, but it's designed not to break the bank. It is just meant to show TikTok that I'm using all other tools and I get shown in the algorithm and all that. And also, please share the live out with your friends. So you're liking what you see, long tap your screen, and your friends will come up and you can share to all of them, and you can repost it. So if we can do that, if we can get 100 shares and reposts, that would be great. That really helps the algorithm, really helps support the live. So there's the second goal that's up. And so this next guest will be on for 10 minutes, but let's go check out let's see what people are saying over in YouTube. So hello, friends over in YouTube. How you guys doing? It's good to see you all. Yeah. What about kids unaliving from cancer? Did they sow what they reap? It's a great question. So that's a great question. Yeah. I think that's a tough question for people. Is this God is just? Why are babies born with cancer? I mean, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Well, if you don't think God is just, then I guess you can hang out with Satan. Well, I don't see how that's evidence, Sweet Candy. I mean, are you here for evidence, or you just want to make threats? I mean, how do we know that's going to happen? Satan is the one that brought around diseases. What are you talking about? How do we know that, Sweet Candy? And if that's the case, was Satan around with the dinosaurs? Because we found cancer in dinosaurs. So I guess Satan inflicted the dinosaurs with cancer 76 million years ago. I heard a Christian say one time that the parents should be glad their kid got a disease. Yeah, we hear all kinds of disgusting things. It will go to heaven. Yeah. So I believe there's equal opposite forces. So if there's good, there's also evil. Well, I'm not sure how that demonstrates that God is just. Why are you on here if there's no God? Because we can talk about Lord Voldemort, Sweet Candy. If you're triggered by me being here, then you can just keep swiping and just move on to the next live. You're triggered by that. But just like we can talk about if Lord Voldemort's evil, if Thanos is evil, we can talk whether or not God's evil, even though I don't believe God's real. So it has no bearing. All right. So again, guests, if you're in the queue, please be sure you're at least 18. Please be sure that you have evidence that your God is just and you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran, or at minimum, you believe in a mind that created the universe. Do I look like I have questions for Satan, Sweet Candy? Because I'm asking about whether or not God is just. I'm not sure why you keep asking if I have questions for Satan. If I wanted to have asked questions for Satan, I would put that on my prompt, right? I would say, hey, Satan, I got some questions for you, but I don't say that, do I? I say, what evidence do you have that your God is just? And so this next guest will have 10 minutes, as that is what the chat has decided by hitting the live goal. So you got 10 minutes to make your case. So be brief, be succinct, straight to the point, not meander, not bloviate, not preach. It'll go easier for everybody. Okay. So there's another live goal that's put up, and thank you guys for doing that. All right. So let's go with MPEST.88. How you doing?
Good, and you?
Doing well. How old are you?
I'm 37.
Okay, I can't hear you, by the way. You're very muffled.
Sorry. Hold
Yeah,
on.
you need to do something with your mic. Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me better?
I cannot.
I
No.
cannot.
And you're echoing.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to end it. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. All right. Yeah, no worries. Nothing personal, but yeah, just if you get your mic fixed, come on, request back up. Not a problem. Okay. I think my oh, what's up with that? I got to bring my alt up. Give me a second. Okay. And if you're not following me on YouTube, please do. Big reason to follow me on YouTube is I'm trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. And when I do that, oh, goodness, we've reached another live goal. Goodness. If I get to 1,000 subscribers, that gives me abilities to bring in guests from YouTube. So it's not just TikTok. So right now, like if you're on YouTube and you want to talk to me, you have to log into TikTok. You have to find me on TikTok at Trust But Verify 2024. But this way I can talk to people on YouTube as well. I can bring up guests from there. So that's the big reason. So I have more access to guests, and also, I'll have, it opens up the subscriber thing on YouTube. So you can get access to exclusive content, things like that, if you're so interested. But big thing is just subscribe. But you can become a paid subscriber, but I'm not as worried about that as I am just getting to 1,000 subscribers so I can bring in guests from YouTube. All right. So the next 3 guests will be 10 minutes each. All right. So you guys are just knocking down these goals. That's awesome. All right. Let's bring up the next guest. Let's go with I'm the Real BK. How's it going? How you doing? I'm the Real BK.
How you doing, sir?
Doing well. How old are you?
I am 43, sir.
All right. Very good. And do you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran?
It's the one of the Bible, sir.
Okay. And what is your best evidence that your God is just?
So the first evidence that I have is that he judges wrongdoing, but he warns first.
Okay. He warns first?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does he do that every time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if we found instances in the Bible where he judged and punished and didn't warn anybody, what would that say about that?
Well, let's find it first.
Okay. Well, if we did find it, what does it say about that to you?
Well, I know that it's not in there, so that doesn't change my mind so far. But
Mhm.
I know that he warns every time.
Okay. But if it was in there, because I'm not asking to change your mind, I'm just asking what it would do to your opinion.
I don't honestly, sir. I really don't know because, like I said, it's not in there, so I haven't thought about otherwise.
Okay.
If that makes sense, sir.
Okay. I got you. All right. Let's
Yes.
pull it up.
Yes, sir.
All right. We can do that. And Okay. All right. I found the one, but I gotta do the rest of it because we
Yeah,
gotta
sure.
we gotta pull up the outcome. Ah,
Yes,
there we go. And there it is. All right. So
yes,
we
sir.
actually got this in two places. So we're gonna go. You have a Bible handy?
Yes, sir.
All
I
right.
do.
We're gonna go to 2 Samuel chapter 6, verses 6 and 7. And I'll pull
Hold
it up.
on. Say that one more time, sir. I'm
2
sorry.
Samuel chapter 6, verses 6 and 7.
Yes, sir.
All right. So let me pull it up for those on TikTok and for those on YouTube. Hopefully I got the right screens. Yep, I do. All right. So we'll start with 2 Samuel chapter 6, chapter 6, verses 6 and 7.
Uh-huh.
And it says, when they came to the threshing floor of Nacon, Uzzah reached out his hand to the ark of God and took hold of it, for the oxen lurched. The anger of the Lord was kindled against Uzzah, and God struck him there, and he died there beside the ark of God. So can you point out where God warned Uzzah?
Yes, sir. Of Numbers 4 and 15, it says nobody except the Levites could carry the ark.
Could carry the ark, right? So
And then it also says in Exodus 25, 14 through 15, the ark must be carried on poles or the shoulders, not put on a cart.
okay. So
And then it keeps going on
Yeah.
about nobody should, put hands on ark. So the warning was there.
the warning was there, but it also says that it's supposed to be carried on poles and shoulders. So
No, yes,
yeah.
sir.
So if the oxen lurched and and Uzzah reached out his hand of the ark of God and took hold of it, should he have let it fall to the ground?
He should have, because the warning was there.
Yeah. So he should have, because the warning was there, he should have let it fall to the ground, even though it does say that it should be carried on poles and shoulders, right? It doesn't say it should be carried on the ground.
Right. So
Right.
So
he was supposed to let it fall to the ground?
yes, sir. Because we first agreed that, because you said that you would find a story that God did not warn him, and I just want to agree on that part first, is that God did warn them. He warned them.
He warned them. Yeah, he did.
So no matter what happens,
Right.
when the warning goes out, no matter what happens, you want to take heed to the warning. So what I said at first was true, that God always warns.
What would have happened if he had let it fall to the ground, even though it does say not to carry it on poles and shoulders?
Well, it says to carry on poles and shoulders,
Right.
not to not carry on poles and
It
shoulders.
says to carry on poles and shoulders, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And so if something falls, because that goes back to well, that doesn't go back because we haven't talked about that part
Well,
yet.
is letting it fall on the ground carrying it on poles and shoulders?
Well, it's not being carried on the ground because the ground cannot carry anything.
Of course. That's
So
my
you have
point. So
Right. You have to
so
pick it back up by
the whole point of it
poles.
was to not let it fall to the ground, right?
That
It
wasn't
wasn't supposed to fall. It wasn't supposed to touch the ground. That's the whole point of it, right?
no, because there is no law that God put out. There was no warning that said, "Do not let it fall."
Yeah. There was no warning that says do not let it fall.
So
It
that
was-
means that it could fall.
Okay. When it was on the oxen, was it being carried? The answer is yes, right?
Well, no, like I'm trying to figure out. Because we started with that one question: does God warn? Because you
Yeah.
asked how is God just?
No, you're right. You're right that God didn't warn. You're right about that. I agreed with that. What
Okay.
I'm asking you is was the ark being carried on the oxen or the cart? I think it was a cart.
Right.
Yeah, it was carried on a cart and it was according to law, right?
Right. But
Okay. If the ark fell onto the ground, would it still be carried on the cart?
no, it would
Okay.
not. But
Nor
that
would it
doesn't.
be carried on the poles or shoulders, right?
Right. So
Okay.
I do have a question. Because I want to go back to your subject, because I think that we're kind of going away from your subject
Mhm.
with evidence of how God is just.
Yeah.
So we're going away from that part.
Well, we're trying to clarify this because I'm about to get to the question. I'm about to get to the
Okay.
question that's related to this,
Yes,
but
sir.
I'm trying to clear this part up. So,
Yes, sir.
so we agree it's supposed to either be carried on poles and shoulders or a cart, and in this case, it was being carried on a cart, right?
Hold on, real quick.
Well, I don't know why am I fading out like that? I don't know why it's happening.
You could.
No, I think it's my camera. Yeah,
Um,
don't know what the deal is, but it's fine over on YouTube. It's just TikTok that's having the problem.
I thought that for a second that it was my crappy phone.
No, it's not. It's not your
That's what
phone.
I
It's
was like.
me. It's my crappy camera.
Okay, so the short answer to that. Okay, so the short answer to that is no. According to God's law, the ark cannot be carried on the cart. Only and like this is history right here. Only pagan nations use carts.
Okay, my mistake then.
Israel was commanded never to do that.
Okay. So my mistake. So they were carrying it on poles and shoulders.
Yes, sir. So
Okay.
it was no carts, no wagons, no animals,
Right.
no shortcuts.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. So what you're saying then is that it was he was just supposed to let it fall to the ground. And so,
Yes, sir.
okay. All right. So we've cleared that up. So, and you're saying that was just.
No, I'm saying that the warning is what made it just. It just
The
wasn't
warning was what made it just.
correct.
Okay. So you're saying then that unaliving somebody for touching the ark is just? If he was warned to do it. If you warn somebody if you warn somebody, if you do anything like what I tell you to do with this ark, I will strike you down. You're saying that's just.
So how you're phrasing it is very interesting. And so
I'm just phrasing it like it says. Is there anything
Right.
I mean,
No,
am I
look.
saying it inaccurately? Am I lying?
Well, so the warning and the warning is with the law too. If you're steal, you're going to jail. If you kill people, if you
Unalive.
yes, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to say that. If you unalive people, uh, then the law is going to take care of you because the law warns you. The human law warns you. There's chemicals
Yeah.
that have warning labels on the outside of
Mhm.
it that say, "Hey, be careful! Don't put this in your eye." And so, if somebody puts the chemical in their eye, it's not that company that caused them. Does that make sense? It's like the warnings are there, and so I think I'm so sorry, sir. I don't want to talk over you. You go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're doing fine. Go ahead and finish go ahead and finish your thought.
Well, and so I think that's the end of it.
Oh,
Like
okay.
that's the end of the thought. Sorry, sir. I just want to make sure that you have space to talk to because
Oh, I
I know I only
appreciate
have 10 minutes and I don't want to steal the whole show or
appreciate
steal
that.
any of the show. This
Okay.
is your show.
All right.
Yes,
Well,
sir.
one more set of questions, yeah, because we got about 40 seconds left. So I'll just do this one, and then we'll break for the kick poll. So, you
Yes,
familiar
sir.
with the 5 pillars of justice?
Of what are the 5 pillars of justice? Is that from the Bible?
It is not from the Bible. It is based on it's based on it's been around since like Plato and Aristotle, and it's built
Now
on,
look,
and it's the pillars which
Aristotle.
which just about every justice system in the world is built on. So would you agree that so like the 5 pillars are impartiality, proportionality, agency and responsibility, due process and non-arbitrariness, and prevention of unnecessary harm? So would you say then, because I think this kind of points to proportionality,
Yes.
would you agree or disagree that striking down Uzzah matched the moral weight of the action? For touching the ark, was it just for God to strike him down?
So I have to answer that question like this. And so sometimes I'm not good at stories. So please tell me if something sounds off. And so when we say, was it moral for God? Then that means that we would have to be able to judge God. And so and so if nobody is above him, then saying that God was moral would kind of put us above him to say that yes, like God. And so the only reason, so not the only reason, is one of the strongest reasons for myself is that I'm not above him. So if I call him good or bad, that would be placing me above him when I don't know what his full outline was,
Why can't we judge him?
because we are not above him. Because
Why do we have
our
to be above him in order to judge him?
because that's how judges work. Judges,
You think judges in a court of law are above us? How?
no, that was pretty quick. So judges are outside of us. And so when you go to be judged, it is by a person that is outside of you. It is not somebody that is of somebody that is of what's the word I'm looking for? Of the biased. It can't be of somebody that doesn't know the of or like at least have more information than you do. And so when you go to be judged, it's by people who have a lot of information. It's by people who know you, and it's also by the evidence that is collected.
Yeah.
And so,
Judges know us? How do judges know us when we go in a court of law?
well, they look at the evidence, and then
Right,
and
but how do
so,
they know us though? You don't know somebody by the evidence. You just look at the evidence.
well, see your evidence, see your actions, and we heard this all the time.
Yeah.
It's that actions speak louder than words. So just because somebody says that they love you, you won't actually feel that just by words alone.
Let me kind of steer it back. Yeah, we're kind of
Yes, sir.
pivoting a little bit. Let me steer it back because I want to kind of go back to this judge thing because you understand how judges, well, at least in the United States, judges are appointed, right? They're not,
Correct.
so they're not superior to people. So
No,
you're,
I didn't say that.
well, you
didn't say
said
that.
over, but what do you mean by
No.
over? What do you mean by that? You're over people.
No, I didn't say over either. I said that they are outside of us.
Well, no, you changed it to
So,
outside. We can go back and rewind it, but you first
no,
said
right.
we're not over God, and I said, well, are judges over people? When you said, well, yes, and then you said, well, no, they're outside. So we have to. Okay, so let's just take the outside part. So you're saying we
Yes,
have
so
to
the
be
second
outside of
aspect.
God. What exactly does that mean?
Okay, so outside means that. Okay, so how can I put this? Do you have you ever went to somebody for a problem that you're dealing with that is not inside the problem?
If you went to somebody you're dealing with that's not inside, I'm not sure what that means. I don't know what that means.
Like a therapist, like a counselor, or just like a friend.
Oh, you mean like, okay, so you mean like, oh, okay, so you mean like somebody who's not, well, okay, I guess that's true, but I don't believe God exists. So when I'm taking it from so I think I am outside of that because I don't believe your God exists. And
Well,
I'm looking at it in the same way as if I'm just determining whether or not Thanos from Marvel Comics is evil, or I'm determining whether or not Lord Voldemort from Harry Potter is
Right.
evil, or Gargamel from the Smurfs. I mean,
Right.
yeah, that's what it is to me. So to me, I think I'm outside of that. I'm not in that world. I'm not in your world. So I think I
yeah,
have a right to judge your God then.
yeah. So
Well, there you
with
go.
that,
We agree.
no,
All right.
no, like I'm just saying, yeah, to kind of like put a pin in that part. And so I just want to go back to the question about the just, because I know that we're kind of expanding on some more things, because like I love the conversation, sir, and so we're just kind of expanding on some more things. So
We
I
are.
do want to ask you a question based on the evidence, because you said what's the best evidence, and
Okay.
based on the first evidence, do you agree that giving a warning before action is just?
Before an
I'm
action, in that sense, yes. But the result was not proportional. Here, let me stop and do the kick pull real quick.
Yes.
So Happy Face, if you want to keep the real BK or crying face if you want to move on to the next guest and give the next guest 10 minutes. So, all right, everybody vote. So I would say it from this standpoint, Mr. BK. When we look at something like whether or not an action is just, yes, we did frame it at first in whether or not, because you said, well, if he warns somebody, then he's just. Well, then we looked at it from that standpoint, but then we have to look at it from other facets because it's not just one area, right? So, like for example, you would agree.
You're kind of clipping a little bit. So.
Oh, am I clipping? Maybe I'm a little too loud. So maybe I got to turn down my mic volume, my levels here. So, like for example, you would agree that how's that? Is that better? Am I still clipping? Oh wow, I'm clipping all over the place. Hold on, let me turn this down too.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. How's that? Is that better? Am I still clipping?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thanks for that. Appreciate you telling me that. So like, for example, if I say to you, hey, Mr. BK, I've got a plate of cookies on the table, and if you take a cookie, I'm going to cut your hand off. Now, am I being just?
That reminded me of.
Oh, I think we lost him. Did we lose you?
Of a fairy tale. It was an old fairy tale that I read about that. So,
okay. And you got another 10 minutes, by the way. So congratulations.
Yes. Sir. Oh man. Okay. Awesome. And so the cookie. So that is God. What did they call that? It's where they give you an example that is so with us. I'm going to say as like human beings.
Mm-hmm.
That cutting off somebody's hand because they stole a cookie, that is to that culture. And let me explain that. So I'm from the Zulu tribe.
Okay.
And so the Zulu tribe, they got their queen, they got a new queen, I think like a couple years ago, and they showed it on YouTube. And so but the new queen didn't have a top on. Like her things were out.
Uh-huh.
And at first I was like, why are they showing this on YouTube? And then it dawned on me. It wasn't to the Zulu tribe. That's not pornography. That's not like she's not out there flashing herself. This is their culture. But in America, that would be looked at as totally different because of the culture. And I know in some cultures, if you steal something, then like there's a possibility that your hand could be removed. And even in America, I remember from reading from some history, like back in the not the gang, they were gangs, but they were Italian gangs, the mafias. That when you did something wrong, then and two, this was crazy, but there are things in certain cultures that you being outside that culture really can't judge that culture. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, but okay, well this is irrelevant to culture. This is just me telling you.
Right, but I had to answer it like that because in this culture, in America, if you chop off somebody's hand for stealing something, then it would be considered wrong.
Okay.
But we can go to other cultures where that's not considered wrong.
Okay, so
I can't judge them.
Okay,
I can't judge them for that.
Okay, so you're saying then that it's subjective.
Ooh.
Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm ooh. So let me ask you a question just to clarify. And I'm sorry, I haven't said your screen name yet. What is your
Trust.
screen name?
You can just call me Trust.
Trust.
Yeah.
All right, Trust. Sorry.
No,
because you've
you're
been calling mine this whole time and I'm sitting here just so Trust.
You're fine.
So what's the difference between subjective and cultural?
Well, subjective means subject to people's minds, so opinion. Objective would be, so subjective and cultural aren't like opposites of each other, or they're not really related in that sense. However, you could use subjective to describe like cultural differences, like how you're trying to paint it. But
Yes,
the
sir.
opposite of subjective would be objective, which is mind independent. Like, for example, something mind independent would be 1 + 1 = 2, right?
Yes, sir.
That would be something that's mind independent. Schmurder would be something objectively wrong, right?
Yes, sir.
So taking someone's life for no reason, for no justified reason, or no reasonable, justification, would be considered wrong. That would be objective. That's mind independent. So that's what we mean. So if you're saying then that if it's cultural, then to me that sounds like it's subjective. It's just up to the people to decide.
Okay, I see. So I think of, I think, so with cultural, I think that has, with like how I'm looking at it, is, well, like from like how you explained it too, the differences between subjective and cultural.
Mm-hmm.
I can't call it subjective. Uh, I'm kind of sticking with the cultural thing.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So you're saying it's cultural, and so you're saying in one culture it could be wrong, but in another culture it could be right.
Yes, I'm actually saying that.
Okay. And I would say then, well, see, here's where this is the part where I disagree with you.
Yeah, no problem,
Would
sir.
you so then if there was a culture that allowed schmurder, would you then say that schmurder is okay in that culture?
So when we talk about murder, you were talking
Schmurder.
about.
Can't
Oh, yeah,
use the
I'm sorry.
M word.
I'm
No, it's
sorry.
okay.
I'm sorry. I'm new to this whole
No,
thing.
no, you're
so
fine. You're fine. That's
yeah,
why. Yeah. Just be mindful of that. Can't say the K word. Can't say the
yeah.
M word.
So
Yeah, stuff like that.
so
Say unalive,
so
schmurder.
yes, sir. So with murder, the so like, just to clarify, what that's meaning is going out there and unaliving innocent people.
Correct. Unaliving someone that, what, like for example, it's not self-defense, right?
Right.
Something like that.
So
Yeah.
so in no culture that I've seen so far is that legal.
That's correct. What I'm saying though is if a culture had legalized schmurder, would that be right or wrong?
Now, with that question, I do have to say I don't know how to answer that because it doesn't exist. And so, like, this example
Well, it's a
doesn't
hypothetical, and
exist.
it's like a reductio to, because I'm testing what you're saying, because you're saying
Right,
if the culture says it's right, then it's right. That's what you're saying to
right.
me. So I take a reductio to that, and I say so
Or,
if schmurder is right in that culture, that makes it right.
mm, I want to change the right to legal. Does that make
That's
sense?
fine. You can change it to legal, but I'm talking
Yeah.
about morally right.
Right. And so because, and I guess that I'm just having a hard time with the example because there is nothing in reality that is that. And
Well,
so it's like it's like asking a question about, well, if what if a bunch of, or like what if Santa came into your house and he burnt up your Christmas tree? What would you do? Like, that that's that part right there is kind of, it
mm,
it's kind of hard to answer that because it's just like that would never happen. That doesn't
I think I
exist.
disagree with that. Like for example, we've had accounts like North Korea, the people in North Korea will unalive people for no reason,
Mm,
and it's
mm, mm,
completely legal. So
no,
yeah,
see. So with the no reason part is where I disagree at.
Okay, so
because
that with
everything
no
is
discernible reason. So what? Okay, so what reasons is it okay for a government to unalive someone?
So you said in North Korea
Hmm.
they have unalived people
Oh
for
yeah,
no reason.
for sure.
Can you give me an example of that?
Let's see. They've unalived people for, well, I wouldn't say no reason. Well, yeah, actually, yeah. They've accused people of
There
like
it is.
they've accused people. So there is a
There it is.
reason, right? However, the people were innocent and they unalived them. So that would make it no reason.
So that goes back. Well, that doesn't go back because we haven't talked about that part yet. Is the so when you say there was no reason, that comes from your own perspective.
Well,
Is that
I
true?
would say if they were innocent of the crime they were accused of, then I would say it was for no reason. Yet
So
you have an argument into which yes, there was a reason. Okay. So how about we change it a little bit to sufficient reason? So what would make it a sufficient reason in your world to unalive someone?
now, I'm going to answer this question in my world.
Mhm.
This is not in Jeff's world. This is not in Truth's world.
Specifically BK's
This is
world, yes.
specifically for me. As
Yeah.
a matter of fact, I may change my channel to that, to the BK world. That sounds
Okay.
pretty catchy.
All right. Sounds good to me.
So
Don't even have to pay me a commission. It's for free.
right, I'll come back on. I'll pay you the commission. And
No, it's okay.
so inside of my world, specifically inside of my world,
Yes.
that if I was out with and I say this because I know how adrenaline works, and there is and there's so many case studies on this, so I don't count myself out of it. I don't count myself as exempt.
Hmm.
But if I was out with my family, I've been married for over 20 years, and we have,
Congratulations.
thank you so much. And so we have two children, and so one is 17 and one is 19. And so if we was out and about, and there was a guy or when I say guy, but I hate to say that. If there was a person
Mhm.
in general, because I don't want to throw guys under the bus on for anything,
Okay.
but
He's so
if
respectful. Gotta
oh,
give him a W, chat. He's so
thank
respectful.
you,
Throw him some
thank you,
coins too.
sir, thank you,
He's
sir.
super
And
respectful.
so,
Appreciate that.
yes, sir. I mean, you are too, sir. You are. So it's easy to be respectful back.
Appreciate that.
So, but if I was out in the world and somebody came towards my family of to intend harm, whether it be by knife, gun, or by their own hands,
Hmm.
of that, I probably like once that switch comes on, it would be hard to turn it off when it comes to protecting my family.
Yeah. I agree with you. So same here. Someone went after my daughter, my oldest son, my wife. Yeah. There's no. I consider that sufficient reason to unalive that person if they threaten the life of someone in my family. 100% agree.
Yes, sir.
Is it sufficient reason that because like people have been unalived in North Korea for being accused of like spying? They've been accused of like burning a DVD with a movie on it. They've been unalive for that. Is that sufficient reason to unalive somebody? Burning a movie on a DVD?
Hold on.
Hiding food, that's another one. Would hiding food be sufficient reason to unalive someone?
Now we're talking about two different I was gonna say two different worlds, but I don't want them to confuse that we're living on another planet from them. But when I say two different worlds, that government, can you, so the question comes back, can you charge that government for being wrong according to their laws?
Charge them? Yeah,
Yes.
they've been charged by like the Hague for crimes against humanity. So they have. Enforcing it is a different story. So those people won't like unless and until that regime is overthrown, the people in charge won't be charged any. Nobody will go in there and invade the country if that's what you mean. Because the reason being is that there would be too many innocent lives lost it's not worth risking innocent lives to go and attack the country to try and overthrow them. So it's got to be done from within. But that's how it works. So if they are overthrown, then they will be brought to justice. Yes.
Okay, so like that's why I changed it from good to legal.
Okay.
And so just because people do things and they, how can I put this?
Well, see, that's the thing is,
Yes,
because
sir.
we're really talking about just. And so that's why I've
Yes.
been framing it as just.
Yes,
Because you'd agree that not all laws that are legal are just, right? Not all laws are just. Like, for example, in the United States, slavery was legal. That wasn't just.
Well, the Rome, like, so matter of fact, that's crazy because I just did, and matter of fact, I love history too as well. And so I just studied the Roman Colosseum history, and how they treated people there was insane,
Mm-hmm.
men and women. And that was before color
course.
was even an issue.
Yep.
And so, but that goes back to the legal part.
Okay.
And so if you're so it's like now we own no, I'm not gonna say that. So it goes back to legal. So if the United States said that it was legal to own slaves, that doesn't make it good. However, it was legal. So there was nothing that you could charge them for to stop it.
All
Matter
right.
of fact, Abraham Lincoln, well, let's not get carried away. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Hold that
I'm
thought.
sorry.
Okay, we
I'm
got to do
sorry.
another kick poll. So let's
Yes, sir.
put that in. All right.
I'm pretty sure I'm off this time.
Okay. So kick poll this time. Yeah. Second time. Happy face to keep the real BK, or crime face to move on to the next guest. What was the name you were going to go with? BK's World. Yeah. The World of BK, or BK's World?
I like that.
Okay. BK's World. We're just going to call you that. BK's World.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much again, sir, for sharing this time with me.
Yeah,
too,
of
as well.
course. I appreciate your respect, and I appreciate your thoughts. So this was a really good conversation.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well,
All right.
still got 30 seconds left. Is there anything, one last thought? Doesn't look like you're going to make it this time, but one last thought you want to give? You want to?
No, just saying that you're really nice and you're really respectful, that you're not screaming or you didn't curse me out or anything like that. So I respect that a lot, man. Thank you so
Yeah,
very
of
much.
course. Of course. All right. Well, hey, enjoy the rest of your day, BK's World. All right. Take care. All right. Here, let me bring up cyber deconstruction real quick. And yes, I know exactly where you're going to go. I did see your comment. I just wanted to move on to the next point, but yes, you are absolutely right. It wasn't a warning specifically to Uzzah, right? Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah. So all that was said by God in the Torah was that it was the Levites' job to carry it,
Mhm.
right? That was their job. And then we have later on in Numbers, we get where a sect of the Levites, because their job is to, where their job is to essentially take care of the afterworks of the offerings,
Mhm.
thus they become like unclean in a sense.
Mhm.
They're not allowed to touch holy things
Yeah.
because they're taking care of the ashes and thus they become unholy.
Yeah.
But the actual order from that you cannot touch the ark, that only the Levites can touch the ark, specifically comes from David.
Mm-hmm.
God never says it. David
God never
says
said it. And also I wanted it because I didn't want to get too deep in the weeds here because my bigger point was I had a bigger point behind that, so I just kind of conceded that. So
That's fair.
Yeah, but because specifically Uzzah wasn't a Kohathite, and this specifically says was a warning to the Kohathites. At least that's how I read this, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So really, in reality,
Yes.
Uzzah wasn't officially warned. Yes, but
Correct. Yeah,
Again,
he
I wasn't prepared to
So-
die on that hill. Yeah.
Yeah, but this would be akin to like you telling your daughter that, hey, your job is to keep the campfire going. That's what your job is. But that doesn't mean her brothers and sisters and the rest of the family can help gather the firewood and get ready to start the fire. It's just her responsibility to keep it going.
Exactly. And then the other point, because that we kind of skated by this, was the other point to that was, it wasn't a proportional punishment to Uzzah. Was to strike him down just because he was just trying to prevent the ark from dropping. That's all it was. And, and so God, and you'd think that God would have Uzzah's intent. He would know Uzzah's intent, right? So Uzzah was just trying to protect the ark. So you'd think God would just kind of let that slide, but no, he didn't. He struck him down right there.
Right. Well, not only that, but when you take into consideration that when these objects were being made, the Israelites were literally giving up everything according to the story, giving up everything they owned to make these artifacts.
Mm-hmm.
So to allow your ancestors' items go to destruction because you didn't want to reach out and steady it, and then getting punished for that is just goofy.
Oh yeah, it is.
But thanks for having me up.
You got it, Cyber. Always good to see you. All right. So yeah, so that was it. And like I said, I mean, I did concede that to him. I said, yeah, you're right. But there it is. So officially he wasn't warned. I did not want to get too deep in the weeds on that. So W Cyber for clearing that up for us. Thank you. Appreciate you. All right. So we did, you hit 3 goals. And we did 2 10. So we have one more 10-minute to do, but you're about to hit another goal. So no rest for the guests today. Oh, goodness. You just hit the goal. All right. So we got 2 more 10-minute intervals between kick polls. So it is what it is. This is what chat wants. What chat wants in this area, chat gets. So, all right. And W to the guests so far for staying linear on the topic. Evidence that God is just. So far, so good. So far, so good. All right, let's bring up Chrissy Chris. How's it going, Chrissy? How you doing? Chrissy Chris. Are we there? Ooh. I hear water dripping. We'll bring Chrissy back up when they're ready. But I don't know what was going on there. I don't want to know. It could have been a bath, could have been peeing. I don't know, but we don't want to. Yeah. So could have been something personal. They could have just been watering plants. We don't know, but we don't want to embarrass that person. Yeah, it did sound like a bath, but could have been a tinkle. You just don't know. You just don't know. Yeah, boundaries, exactly, boundaries. Yes, it's easy, so easy to go live. And yeah, they might not have even been meaning to be up in the queue. So the guest queue is open. So if you are interested in presenting some evidence that your God is just, come on up and let's talk about it. But yeah, kind of going back to that thing with Uzzah. Yeah, I mean, you'd think God would have some, because that's the other thing, is that it's not consistent. And, if we kind of go back to the 5 pillars of justice that I was alluding to earlier, if we go back to the 5 pillars of justice, impartiality, so equal treatment of like cases, no favoritism. And we have many cases, many instances where God doesn't treat cases equally. Proportionality. The severity of the punishment must match the severity of the wrongdoing. And it's pretty clear that striking Uzzah down for preventing the ark from falling to the ground is not proportional. Agency and responsibility. You're responsible for what you do, not what someone else does. So we also have instances in the Bible where God punishes other people for the sins of others, innocent people for the sins of others. Due process and non-arbitrariness. We know that God is not arbitrary. God is very not arbitrary. I don't know what the opposite of not arbitrary is, or the opposite of arbitrary is. He's just not arbitrary. And there aren't really any procedures or reasons. It's just a judgment, just an instantaneous judgment. No due process. Can't can't present evidence, can't argue your case, can't do any of that. Prevention of unnecessary harm. Justice forbids inflicting harm when a less harmful option exists. Was there a less harmful option in existence for Uzzah? Couldn't have God punished Uzzah a different way? Did he have to strike him down? No, didn't have to. So it was unnecessary. So based on all those, God fails all 5 pillars of justice. So God is not a just God, according to that. And this complaint that we can't judge God. Who says? I just did judge God. So if I couldn't judge him, then yet the God, yeah, great point, Black Liberator. Yet God created the sin in you. Yeah. Because it does say, Isaiah 45:7, I create the darkness and the light. Or in some ways you can translate that to good and evil. Judge away. So what's the evidence that God is just? Oh, yeah. Good looking out, ethereal Ember. Sarah got a little excited. That's okay. But yeah, see, and this is an example of impartiality. See, no matter who types in caps, my mods are on it. Sarah's a friendly, doesn't matter. Sarah's a friendly, no, and they were on it. So hey, that's it. So Travis Crutcher, you wanna come up and talk? We can discuss it. Yep, rules are rules, exactly. And see these are just mods. These mods are just. This is my point. So come on up, Travis. Let's talk it out. I lay down the law. Not as just as I. J Debates. I would say J Debates, you are quite just. Yeah. The mods of justice. Ooh, that sounds like a t-shirt. Might have to have all the photos of all the mods with that t-shirt. So. Jaden, cannot hear you. No, can't hear you unless you're up here on the live, up on the as a guest. Oh wait, somebody did request up. Here, let's take a look and see who did. Sorry, I was reading the chat and I saw. Oh nope, they did not. They went back down. So yeah, the mods are very just. Oh wait, they're back. Okay, all right. So we have Ashley Music who is in the queue. So let's bring up Ashley. How's it going, Ashley? Hi.
So I'm very, very, very recently atheist, like a month and a half.
Oh,
so
welcome. Congrats.
Yeah. I'm going to give my best shot at, we got to give it one last shot, right?
Okay, one last shot. Well, we'll give you a couple minutes only because I do have somebody else in the queue and I want to reserve space for ops. But yeah, give it a shot. One quick shot.
Okay, so if I had to prove the justice of God, the God of the Bible, we'd say, I think you'd have to accept that God learns and changes. And so all of the, we'll just say like bad things that he does, we'll just call them like mistakes.
Okay.
So justice would be like intent of justice or like growing justice.
Yeah.
So I've been looking for examples of when humans asked God to do things differently and he conceded. That would be that would be I think an interesting case is Abraham, who got from 50 down to 10 and God agreed. And you have to wonder, like, even if you take this as a myth, right? Like, you have to wonder what would have happened if he would have said, just don't do it at all. You know, like God kept on conceding.
What do you make, Ashley, of the instances in the Bible where it says God doesn't change? God is not changing.
I guess you would have to assume that they got it wrong.
They got it wrong. Yeah. Okay. Now, but who got it wrong? Was it the people who said God isn't changing, or the ones where God changes his mind?
Yeah, the ones that said that he didn't change. I mean, it's pretty sticky.
How do we know that, though?
You don't.
You got it. You got it. You got it. All right. Well, thanks, Ashley. Thanks for coming up and expressing that. And welcome to the dark side. We have plenty of room here. All right. Have a good one. All right. That's a good answer. Good answer. Good answers from Ashley. So, all right. Let's bring up our next guest. We have Chris. We have cookies. Exactly. How you doing, Chris?
Hey, how's it going, Nick?
Doing well. Doing well. Just making sure you're at least 18. You do sound like you are.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Very good. And do you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran? Which one?
No, neither. Just God of the earth, God of the solar system.
Okay. Is this God a mind that created the universe?
Yes.
Okay. And so what is your best evidence that this God is just?
I can't say if he's just or not. I can't really say that if he's just.
Oh, okay.
But I can say he did create the universe.
Okay. Well, we're looking to talk to people who think God is just. So,
as far as good, when you say just, you mean good overall.
Just in terms of so definition of just is fair, or like impartial.
No, I don't believe that.
Oh,
no,
okay.
no, because
we're in agreement.
You can look at everything. You can look at everything what's happening on Earth for the last, like, let's say 200 years, and no, it's not just.
I 100% agree with you. All right, well, we're in agreement then. So appreciate you coming up.
So you're looking for opposition? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I want people to present evidence that God is just.
All right, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Okay,
You're good. You're good. Yeah. All right. Well, have a good one. Take care.
Yep. Thank you. Yep.
All right. So, oh boy, we've got Lamar back from yesterday. I posted a video. But we can look at some other things, but we're going to stay very linear today on God being just. So we got kind of lost in the weeds about everything is a God yesterday, but we're going to talk about God being just. How's it going, Lamar? Lamar? Yep. Nope. Lamar dropped down. Okay. So, nope. No Lamar. All right. Well, you dropped down. Do you want to come up and talk? Now, I do prefer to talk to people I haven't talked to before first, and then I get to people I've talked to before. But there's nobody else in the queue, so we'll bring Lamar up. All right. Lamar's back for round 2. How's it going, Lamar?
I'm back.
You're back. Welcome
What's
back.
happening?
How you doing?
Good.
All right.
Wonderful.
Okay. Well, good to hear. So, all right. So we're going to stay linear on this idea that God is just. So we kind of got into the weeds yesterday. All right.
Yes, a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Okay. So remind me again what your evidence was that God is just. I don't quite remember.
Okay. So my evidence is completely based off of what we encounter in the world. Okay. Now, here's the thing. The just is when everything was made, it was made good. So in the Bible, at the beginning of time, he said when he made the
Can't hear you, Lamar. You kind of, yeah. No, yeah. Okay. So Travis, I'm actually an objective moral realist. So your arguments don't fly with me. So you're arguing with the wrong person. All right, Lamar, welcome back. All right. I was addressing somebody in chat while you had stepped away, but
no worries. See, okay. one of the things about me, I like to have conversations like this and be respectful. So there's no disrespect.
No, absolutely. I didn't sense any disrespect from you whatsoever. And I'm the same way.
I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. And I could tell. You know what I mean? You have a good spirit. You're good person.
Thanks.
I just need more time to kind of explain myself and explain my perspective. So it's so difficult because you only give people like 2 minutes, and it's really not that much long. I only have 18 minutes, 51 seconds in this. Okay, so all right. So I'll be quick. I'll try to be quick.
All right.
Okay. So the whole part of being just, right? You have to look at in the beginning when the world was created. Okay. Now, let's take the Bible away. Right? Let's take the Bible away at this. Now, again, let's go back to the Most High God and who he is. This is the problem with religion. See, people have religious glasses and they're like, you know, they're thinking that God is like a person or a human being in the sky. No, God is energy. He is all powerful. He is spirit. You get what I'm saying?
Okay.
What I'm saying by that is, again, you look at the definition of God, you have to take that in account. The definition of God is creator. Okay?
Well, it's not just one word, creator. There's more to it than that.
Right, of course. Of course. There definitely is more to it than that. It's just divinity. Okay? Now,
well, because you would agree, like, for example, like, you know, there was the god, the Greek god, let me just pick one. Let's see, the Greek god, Hermes. Hermes was a Greek god, was not a creator. Hermes was not a creator.
So why was he called a Greek god?
Because he had superhuman powers. So
right. So hold on. So let me ask you this again. This is the yin and yang of life. We have the ability to create. We have the ability to destroy. Correct?
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
That right there makes you a god.
Yeah, I know you said that yesterday. So
right.
Okay. So
in the Bible, it says there are many gods, there's many lords, but there's only one all-time, all-powerful, most high God. It doesn't mean that there isn't many gods on the earth. It doesn't mean that you're not a god, because you are a god.
Okay.
I'm a god. We're just the lowercase g God. We have the ability and the divinity to create just as much as God created.
All right.
We're just on earth creating.
Okay, understood.
God created us. Go ahead. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand. So let's kind of go back to the just part. What's the evidence for that?
Now, the evidence for just, remember back when you asked me, what was the question you asked me yesterday?
Well, I asked quite a few, but the big one was,
survival. Right.
Survival.
So ask me that again.
I think this was centered around, was this centered around necessary suffering? Yeah, that's what it was centered around.
Right. So unnecessary suffering. Okay. I called the suffering unnecessary when it's not meant to be, as far as natural causes. Like, for example, if I'm trying to make you suffer, right? What's your name again?
Trust.
Nice to meet you, Trust. If I'm trying to make you suffer on the account of my ability to say, I'm trying to destroy you, that isn't necessary. You get what I'm saying? But if I'm in survival mode and I'm out in the wilderness, and mind you, I'm not a cannibal, but
it's good to know.
Great to know. But if I was the ability to survive, I'm trying to survive.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's necessary for my survival if I'm willing to survive. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So yes, it is necessary in a sense.
Okay.
Because especially if you talk about it in an animal, like if I'm a lion and you're a prey, and I'm trying to feed, and I'm a lion, I'm trying to eat. So I'm going to kill something alive because it's necessary for my well-being.
Okay. Well, I think
it is necessary.
Okay, because I know we went in circles about this for about 10 minutes yesterday.
I know.
And I think we're still kind of missing my point. Is
I just don't understand. Like, how come we're not connecting with that though?
Well, because I got to say, this is like the fourth time I've said this. I agree with you that if an animal needs to unalive other animals, right? I agree with you on that. There's
Right.
no discrepancy there. There's no disagreement there. What
Right.
I'm really focused on is it necessary for that animal to be eaten alive, while still alive, while breathing? Because we have
Is
video.
it?
Yeah.
Yes.
And why is
Yeah.
that necessary?
Because if again, it's necessary. If that animal is alive and I'm trying to survive, I have to kill it in order to eat. That animal is going to defend
Okay.
itself.
You're
I
still
can't.
missing what I'm saying. So
I'm like, what?
Yeah, yes. You're still missing what I'm saying. What I'm saying
good.
is, okay, have you seen those videos where the pride of lions catches a gazelle, all right?
Yes.
And the gazelle is still breathing and they're eating it. They're
Mm-hmm.
still, and it's alive and they're eating it. It's on the way to dying, but it's still alive.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the part I'm focused on. That one part, not
The fact
anything
that it's alive
that it's still alive. Yeah.
and I
Oh,
have to kill it.
without having to, yeah, they eat it while it's still alive. It's on the way to dying, but they eat it while it's still alive. We just got a somebody sent a money gun. So we got to do an immediate kick bowl.
All
So
right.
we got to do that. All right.
All right, there you go.
Okay.
Your turn.
Here we go. Okay. So immediate kick bowl was invoked with the money gun. So
They must love
happy
you,
face to keep
Trust.
Lamar, or crying face to move on to the next guest. Okay.
They must love
Everybody,
you, Trust.
I think they do, and I love them too. So
Yeah.
they've been
So,
great
is
people.
it? Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Majority of the people that follow you are pretty sure are atheists, right?
Actually, I would say, like, because I got over like 10,000 followers. I would say, yeah, it's probably about 70%, 80%.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's where it's like, when you're trying to convince somebody of something, you have to unlearn what you know in order to understand it. That's why it's difficult for people like atheists and people that do believe don't come to an agreement, because it's like you have to unlearn what you know. It's like learning like a baby. That's literally how you have to understand things, because I can explain something to you, but if you have that general idea of pushback, like I know what I know and you know what you know, and what I know is true and what you know isn't, it's clearly going to be a defense
I
thing. You know
100%
that.
agree. I 100%
Right.
agree. All right. Well,
Right.
they did vote to move on to the next guest, so I'm
Of
gonna.
course they would. They're
Yeah.
not trying to hear me.
Okay. Well, maybe another time. We'll give us
Maybe
another
another
shot
time.
sometime. All right. Well,
Yeah,
hey, enjoy
no
the rest of your
problem,
day,
brother.
Lamar. All right. Take
You
care.
too, brother. Take care, bro. All right.
All right. So, and there it is. So, wow, money guns twice today. Boom. Yes, Amy. I know. I have I have your expertise, Amy, saved for the folks who don't believe that morality is evolutionary. That's the part I think that's the hill I want to die on with you. But yeah, that's the thing is I was just about to get there, and the money guns appeared. Yeah. So yeah. It's not that I'm, I think I've got an amazing cachet of, of ammunition here, but I want to be still discretionary about it. Yeah. You're right. It's the method part. So why doesn't host believe God is just? Oh, lots of evidence, Jennifer, lots of evidence. So if you believe in a mind that created the universe, yeah, if it's the Abrahamic God, we would say the holy books is evidence that God is not just. Or if you believe in a mind that created the universe, which we were just about to get into, we were going to talk about, unnecessary suffering. Okay, so we got 3 people in the queue. So just a reminder to be at least 18, to believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran, or minimum a mind that created the universe. So if you're like a pantheist, I got no issue with pantheists, but they're kind of, it's not the subject of flavor of this discussion. So you can go to my Discord and we can talk there. And also just have evidence that God is just. So I'm not going to let it drift over to God's existence. We're going to talk about God is just. So that's the topic of discussion. All right. With that, let's bring up Metro Benny. All right, Metro Benny, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going, brother?
I'm doing well, doing well. Hey, thanks for waiting. And I see that you're 28. I saw that in the chat, so very good. And do you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran?
So I identify as a disciple of Christ.
Okay. And what is your best evidence that your God is just?
Well, I was listening a bit before. So I was listening about the animals and as far as like predator and prey and how the process of the predator, how the predators feed themselves and how they have to kill the prey and how they
Unalive.
eat them, how they're still alive.
Yeah.
So
Let's not say the K
I
word.
get that.
Please say unalive. Yeah.
Oh, I apologize.
No, no
Like,
worries.
yeah, I apologize.
No worries.
But so I can see where, especially watching it on like Animal Planet or National Geographic, I can get watching something like that and
Yeah.
seeing an animal cry out and beg for its life, and you're seeing the other animal just tear into it, and I can get that. I definitely get that.
Mhm.
Me personally, I wouldn't. I don't take that away from. I wouldn't take that from the God that I believe in, from Yahweh or Jesus. I wouldn't take that from His goodness, only because sometimes there just has to be natural order, and I kind of, like I said, I don't like watching that stuff either. But I feel like natural order just has to take place. And unfortunately, the prey suffers the most as far as the wild kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
But
Well,
you go ahead. Go ahead.
well, yeah.
You go ahead.
My question to you, Benny, is how does natural order explain just everything that you described? These animals still alive and they're tearing open its guts and just starting to chow down. Like, how does that explain that? How does natural order explain that?
So
Well, and
I mean,
and to
like I
kind
say,
of really, and to, I'm sorry to interrupt, but to really frame where I'm going with this, do you agree or disagree that being eaten while you're still alive, would you call that unnecessary or necessary suffering?
It definitely, if I had to just answer your question plainly, I would say my emotions would definitely tell me unnecessary suffering for
Okay.
sure. And my emotions would tell me that I wish there's a quicker way where this animal could feed itself without causing so much pain and agony to the prey or whatever animals being eaten.
Okay.
So I definitely see that outlook.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have the answer of why it happens. I think I just more accepted that that's the way things are, and I don't have a resolution. And not saying that God doesn't have a resolution, but I think with us being on this physical plane, it's just a lot of stuff, like even outside the animal kingdom,
Mm-hmm.
there's many things that are immoral on this planet right now, even outside the animal kingdom.
Gotcha.
So I think just being on this physical plane itself, you're going to have every reason in the world to be like, it's just cruel out here. It's
Okay.
just cruel stuff going on. So I
Yeah.
think outside of this physical plane, once you leave this physical plane, that doesn't exist anymore as far as animals having to feed on each other and things like that.
Okay, I gotcha. Now, why then is it here? Is this agony for animals here? I mean, you did say you didn't
And
really
like
have
I
an answer
said,
for it, but
yeah,
I guess
yeah.
how
Go
is
ahead,
that
go ahead.
just? I guess how does that demonstrate that God is just?
I don't think I wouldn't say it's a justification for him being just that happens. I just think is that there's, like I said, I go off my history theology. I go off the Bible, so I'm going off of from Old Testament up until now.
Mm-hmm.
And I just know that it's been a lot of stuff has taken place, even outside the animals. If you follow the Holy Bible, they spoke about in the Old Testament that Nephilim were they went around, they actually ate humans. They would walk around and actually just pick you up off the ground and eat you.
Okay.
I don't know if you saw like if you watched like anime before, if you heard Attack on Titan, that's kind of like a good depiction of kind of
Attack
probably
on Titan.
somewhat
Yeah, I
how it
remember
was.
watching that. Okay. So that's kind of like what
That's probably like
Nephilim
a
were,
good
right?
like how it's just it's a lot of things that definitely seem and look cruel. But as
Mm-hmm.
far as specifically the animals, um yeah, I just can't say I just can't say I have an answer for that. Only thing that I can say is that on this physical plane, I just think there are a lot of things that's going to seem like it's not okay.
Okay.
And it's honestly, I mean, it's not okay for an animal to go through that much pain. A harmless animal that's just been trotting around and just eating grass his whole life, and then all of a sudden gets eaten by a carnivore. I can definitely see where you're coming from.
Yeah, it's
I
not
just
so much
I
the
don't.
eating by the carnivore. It's just eating them while they're alive. I think that's the part we're all missing here. Is why would God allow an animal to be eaten while still alive? Because you would agree that that's suffering, right? Wouldn't you say that animal is suffering?
Of course, it's
Okay.
definitely suffering to probably one of the highest extent for sure.
Yeah. That's an amazing amount of suffering. So why would God allow that if he's just? Because that doesn't. I mean, does that seem fair to you? Because that's another word for just is fair. Does that seem fair to you?
I wouldn't say so. I wouldn't say so. But then again, like I say, I don't have all the answers.
I got you.
So I just that's just
That's
me,
fair.
only me personally that
That's fair.
I don't pretty much I don't relate the animal cruelty to God's goodness, because I more look at human beings and the free will that we have. As far as
Okay.
the animal kingdom go, I'm not sure as far as the rules, and I just know there's a food chain, and that's pretty much all I know. I don't actually know the in a biblical sense, why why an animal would have to go through what they go through,
Okay. That's
as far
fair.
as being eaten
All
by
right.
them. So I can't say I have an answer for that for sure.
Okay. All right. So, okay. I guess we can put the whole animal thing to bed. I know that's what you led with, but do you have any other evidence that God is just?
I just say, I think what my depiction of it is that we're all down here given free will.
Okay.
We have free will, and the free will part is what I feel like does make things a little crazy. But me going by the Holy Bible, I believe that we're given that free will because God wants to make he wants to make a what's the word I'm looking for? He wants to make a like an absolute decision on who's for him and who's not. And the only way to do that is to give everyone free will and let them do whatever they want.
Okay.
And so I think that does result in a chaotic world, but that I think even though it seems unnecessary, I feel like as I'm talking about as far as human beings, even though it seems unnecessary, I feel like it is necessary because we have to be able to make our own decisions, so that he will be able to see, okay, well, is this person's heart, is their heart um is their heart led by God's will, or are they um are they just satisfied with the things that the world give them,
Okay.
with the just temporary or the instant satisfaction?
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Is it then fair to sell people or to allow people to be sold? Is it fair for God to allow people to be sold?
And that's why I say again, like I said, I think if God like I said, maybe it's heavenly rules where he can't actually intervene and come down here and just physically stop it. Like I say, I believe in the free will. So now people that are innocent and are getting abducted, that happens, like you said, and I think that's what you're referring to as far as like
No,
innocent people,
it's not what I'm referring to.
Expand on it.
Yeah, I can. Well, let me kind of ask it this way. Is it fair to have laws allowing people to be sold?
I would say, just being straightforward, no, I would say that's not fair.
Okay. Now let's go to Exodus 21 verse 7 and let's see. We have a couple more minutes before the 10-minute kick poll, so let me just have you read this real quick and then we can we can do that. So Exodus 21:7 says, when a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. So is this fair to the daughter to be sold?
Let me read it multiple times before I answer. I want to give you
Sure.
a good answer. So when a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. So what is your interpretation of this line?
My interpretation of this line is that, well, what this is, according to like the Hebrew I've studied, the Hebrew words I've studied, I don't know Hebrew, but the words I've studied, and also the rabbi I've spoke with and other people who know Hebrew, this is referring to a man selling his daughter as a concubine. And when it says she shall not go out as the male slaves do, what that means is that she can never leave her station. She will always, once she's sold, she will always be a slave. That's what it says. That's not the part I'm focused on though. I'm focused on the first part. When a man sells his daughter, that's the part I'm focused on. So that's why I'm asking you, is it fair for a man to sell his daughter for any reason? Doesn't mean not concubine or whatever. Just selling somebody. Is that fair?
Yeah, so I actually have a daughter, and I would 100% not agree with selling your daughter.
Yeah, I have a daughter too.
I know Exodus is, yeah, so I definitely wouldn't agree with that. I know Exodus is in the Old Testament. The Old and New Testament, there are different regulations between the two. The Exodus is during the times of I believe like pharaohs and a lot of during the time of Egyptians and stuff like that. So there were a lot of definitely unjust things going on around that time where people were being sold into slavery and things like that, male and female. So I don't agree with that, and I do believe that that was one of the reasons why God, was adjusted a lot of these things, and why things are more just like a man having multiple wives, like that's not allowed anymore. It's just a one man, one woman, because there's a lack of self control in humanity. We just have a lack of self control, just including myself. I mean, I have better control now than I did before as a younger child and young adult, but or younger adult, but I just think, I think he has adjusted it based off of what we as human beings have displayed.
All right, hold that thought. I got to do a kick poll. Hang on a second. And I don't know why my camera's doing what it's doing. Yeah. Okay. So it's time for yet another 10-minute kick poll. I think we got one more to do after this one. So one more at 10 minutes, but all right. So for Metro Benny, happy face to keep Metro Benny on for another 10 minutes, or crying face and move on to the next guest. We do have somebody waiting. So there you go, chat. Vote away. So please, everyone, vote. And Benny, you can vote for yourself too. And
sure. Well, yeah, of course I'll do the happy face.
Yeah, absolutely. And okay, so I think I agree with you. I don't think it's fair to sell. I don't think it would be fair to sell my daughter. It wouldn't be fair to my daughter. It wouldn't be fair to my family if I sold my daughter. So I 100% agree with you on that. And so it looks like they're going to want to move on unless you have like an amazing comeback here. But I think it's happened before, but not likely. But here, last question for you. Why would you say then that this God is just when there's a Mosaic law that specifically says men can sell their daughters?
I do still believe God is just. My only argument to that is that is different time period, different rules for a different time period. I wasn't around during Exodus or Leviticus or just during that time, during the Old Testament at all. I wouldn't be able to really attest to why certain rules were in place. I know that they did have a abundance of daughters and sons around that time because family was looked at as a wealth type of thing. Like how big your family was basically showed how wealthy you were. So maybe because people had an abundance of those things, nowadays 10 or 11 children, that's a lot of kids, or that's a lot of children to somebody that if you were to hear that nowadays. But like back then, people would have like 50 to 100 or more, children. So maybe it was that was set in place more because of that. I'm not sure. I'm not fully sure, but I do feel like God is still just. I just feel like that was a different time period. But if you go by New Testament regulations, I believe things are more fit for this time period and how things should be as of today.
All right. Okay. Well, they did vote to move on, so I appreciate you coming up, Benny.
All right, no problem,
All
brother.
right.
You be safe.
Have a good one. So, it's interesting because we have a lot more people today than we did back then. I don't know why I'm fading out. Oh, there I am. Wonder why it's doing that. Let's see if I can fix this camera here. Maybe I can do that. There we go. Okay. I don't know why it's doing that. That's so weird. Okay. See, I messed with my settings recently and and I thought I had it good, and then it started fading out again. So I don't know why it's doing it again. So I might just have to go into the settings here. And because I had it all set, and I don't know. Everything's fine on YouTube. Maybe I'll set up the second camera. Maybe I'll just do that. And we'll just go with like a janky camera on TikTok. Sorry, TikTok, but TikTok gives me problems if like I'm not being shown. Like it tries to shut down my live and all this other stuff. So let's just move it to, oh, that's right. I disable it. Dang it. Give me a second. We're going to fix this real quick. Device manager. All right. So we'll go into here real quick. And we will enable this camera. Hopefully it'll show up on the list. Oh, there it is. Nope. Doesn't show up. So let's try and do it again. There it is. Okay. Whoa, I'm huge now. Look at that. Goodness. All right, let's make me a little smaller. Okay. So it's not as good of a camera, but it'll have to do until I get to the end of it. Till I get to the end of the live. Okay. So we soldier on. Giant trust. Exactly. I was a giant there for a second. I was Nephilim. Attack on Titan Nephilim. So, all right. Okay, Christians, apologize for God's injustice. Yeah. That's right. Trustolum. That's funny. That's funny, Pensive. That is funny. All right. So, YouTube, you're missing out on all that, but I was really big over on TikTok there for a minute. Yeah, great question. Free will, free will, free will. That's a great take, HLT. Free will, free will, free will, but no evidence of free will. Yeah, and so I guess that's the other part we want to kind of talk about is if we're going to talk about free will, like in the instance of daughters being sold by their fathers, where was the daughter's free will? What free will did the daughter have? Could she choose? Are we allowed to ask questions? Well, you just did, Javier. So yes, you can ask questions. Absolutely. You should always ask questions. All right. So we have the real Ludro, who's waiting. Kids don't get free will ever. Yeah, that seems to be so, Don, especially in the Bible. No free will in the Bible for kids. He's just punishing sin, yet is mercifully and provides a way through his son. In Tati B, we see tons of instances where that is not true. So, what do you have to lose when you're an atheist? It's a great point. Don't have anything to lose. Nothing to lose. kids just get impermissible salvation. Yeah. Uh-huh. I don't know. Kids just seem to be like pawns. I lose my keys all the time. All right. So the folks who are new into the guest queue, please be at least 18. Looks like you guys are, so no worries there. Please believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. And then also, please have evidence that your God is just. So that's what we're talking about today. So we don't really want to pivot to God is real or God exists. It's God is just. So we're going to stay very linear on that. All right, the real Ludro, let's bring you up. How you doing?
What's good?
Hey.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. All right. How old are you?
I'm 25.
All right. And do you believe in which God, the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran?
God in the Bible.
All right. And what's your best evidence that your God is just?
So justice is fair, correct? Like
Yeah.
2 months. So my evidence that God is just when he sent his beloved only begotten son to die for our sins.
Okay. So when he did that, and how does that make him just?
Because we were separated from God, and he sent his only begotten son. Someone innocent had to shed his blood for our sins.
So you're saying that God had to unalive somebody innocent in order to save us?
God didn't unalive Jesus.
Well, somebody had to be unalived, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, an innocent person had to shed his blood.
Did God know that he was going to be unalive when he sent him down?
I believe so.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But Jesus had the opportunity to not be crucified.
Okay. And would we have been saved?
No. That's why he was thinking of me and you and everybody in this chat.
Yeah. So there was really no other way, because Jesus is also God, right?
No, he's the son of God.
But he's not God?
He's the son of God. No, he's not God. He's the son of God.
Okay, he's not the son of God. Okay, he's the son of God. He's not God. Okay.
Yes.
So he's just human?
He's not God. I mean, I would say that because like he rose up on the third day, and it describes that he's not a spirit. It said he's flesh and bones.
Okay. All right. And so I'm trying to understand. So do you worship God or do you worship Jesus, or?
Both, but I give God the most praise.
Okay. Well, then that would be blasphemy, right? Because you should only be worshiping God. And if you don't think Jesus is God and you're worshiping Jesus, wouldn't that be blasphemy?
I praise Jesus when. See, that's the thing about the Holy Ghost. I know that you don't you don't like pivot of if God is real or whatnot.
Well, I'm trying to understand, like, where this is at. Yeah, I understand. You're right. But I'm trying to understand where you're at with this. That's why I'm asking.
All right, so just make it quick. So when it's hard to make it quick, but when Jesus died for our sins, and when I get emotional, I think the Lord Jesus. And God, I give him the most praise. Like I give him the most attention, like reading the word or like just thanking him.
Okay. All right. Okay. I understand. I think I hear what you're saying. Okay. So that being the case, so yeah, let me go back to God being just here. So, so are you saying then that, would you consider Jesus a sacrifice?
Yeah, he sacrifices his life.
Yeah.
To save us.
Okay, so God did sacrifice Jesus.
He sent his only begotten son to sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
Are you? My bad. I'm probably taking that. Like you saying like he sent his son to be sacrificed. That's what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Or yeah, he sent his son to die for our sins.
Okay, so that was the mission. Definitely without a doubt, because it wasn't any other reason that he sent his son, right? That was the
I
the
mean,
only reason he sent his son, right?
I mean, what did it like? He like well, Jesus also was doing miracles in front of multitudes,
Mm-hmm.
teaching the disciples, and
Mm-hmm.
fulfilling the law.
Okay. All right. So let me kind of paint an analogy. So let's just say that we've got all these prisoners on unalivement row, right? They're scheduled to be unalived by whoever, and the governor says, we got a quick announcement. Everybody on unalivement row, we're going to release you because there's someone innocent who has stepped up to take the punishment for you. They're going to do it instead of you. And so all of you will be released immediately. Would that be just?
Wait, so you're saying like somebody else is taking someone else punishment?
Yeah, an innocent person. Yeah. So we have an innocent person who has stepped up and volunteered to take lethal injection in place of all of the unalivement row prisoners. And we're going to release all you all. So you guys consider your sentences served, because this person is going to take it all for you. Would that be just?
Oh, I get what you're saying. You're giving an analogy.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying because God sent His Son to die for everyone else's sins,
Mm-hmm.
that's not just.
Well, I'm asking you because the analogy fits what God did. God sent His Son instead of unaliving all of us, because we're like these prisoners on unalivement row. Instead of unaliving us, He sent His Son down to be unalived. So that's what I'm saying. That's the same thing. There's an innocent person. Yeah, there's an innocent person who says, "Hey, you know what? Don't unalive all these prisoners on unalivement row. Release them all. Do me instead. I'll take it for everybody." Is that just?
I get what you're saying, but that's not a kind of. Could you get a more specific, detailed analogy? Because like at the same time, we wasn't most of us wasn't alive back then.
Were we
So
guilty?
I get what you're saying, but I'm sorry.
Were we guilty
of what? Sin?
Yeah.
Or were we guilty of sin?
Yeah. Were we guilty of sin?
Yeah, I'm trying. I want to give you like a. Just don't want to blur out an answer. Well, guilty of sin. I mean, it all happened from since Adam and Eve.
Yeah. So that means we were all guilty of sin. That means we were all going to be sentenced to unalivement, right?
Sentenced to unalivement?
Yeah. If God had not sent down Jesus to die for our sins, we would be the ones dying, right?
When you say we didn't exist, that's why like I can't like I understand what you're going. Could you like maybe if you bring it to like when Jesus was on the scene, that maybe I could answer the question like that. Like besides like the present.
What I'm trying to understand is because the whole point of this is that Jesus took the punishment for all of us, right? You would agree with that?
Yes.
Is it just to punish an innocent person for the crimes of guilty people?
I would say no, but in a situation with Jesus, yes. But God didn't punish Jesus.
All right. Okay, we got another kick poll that just got invoked. So hang tight. We gotta do this kick poll real quick. All right. So early kick poll, Money Guns was sent. Thank you for the money. That's the third one of the day. That's just wild.
I mean, I already know they're gonna kick me. I mean, you could say what you want to say.
Well,
kick
I mean,
me.
we'll still do the vote. All right. So, all right. Happy Face to keep the real Ludrow, or Crime Face to move on to the next guest. We do have somebody waiting. All right. So everybody vote. So that's my point. Because you would, yeah. So it sounds like you would agree. It's not fair to punish an innocent person for a criminal's actions, right? And so we would never do that here. So why is it okay for God to do it? Probably be your last question you can answer.
Again, yeah. I get what you're saying, but God didn't punish Jesus. You know what I'm saying?
No. God was going to punish us. So in effect, sending Jesus down was a punishment in place of us because he knew what was going to happen to Jesus, right?
Well, when you keep saying us, well, I'm gonna just bypass that. Well, punishment will be that we want to be able to go to heaven, like, because like because I understand y'all was talking about animals, like there were so many burnt sacrifices that was in vain, and then people just kept messing up. But that's who we are. We are humans. We keep messing up.
Okay.
But
all right. Well, hey, Real Ludro, I appreciate you coming up. They do want to move on to the next guest, but
I appreciate you too, man. And like a lot of people, they should like follow your footsteps and be respectful. There's a lot of disrespectful people hosting.
All right. Well, I appreciate that.
You're very genuine, man. Genuine.
Hey, I appreciate that. Hey, enjoy the rest of your day. Take care.
You too, sir.
All right. All right. So I am known for the calm debates. I am known for that. And some people, you know, they yell for me. They yell through their screens for me. Imagine being told not to question your beliefs. Such a cult. Yeah, that's how cults start at the very least, J-Rab. Yeah, calm debates. I think that's the way to go. Have calm debates. But yeah, I appreciate that. And that means I'm doing something right because that's what I'm here to do. And, you know, I got to tell you guys, I ran the numbers this weekend. So I ran some numbers this weekend and I did kind of a trajectory. Yes, Ashra, thank you. But I ran numbers and I did a trajectory. And so if things keep going the way they're going, if I'm consistent and all that stuff, that I can do this full time by June 30th of 2026. So 7 months from now, I can be full time. I can be a full time creator. So yeah, so that's exciting. Now I have to get to 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. That's one. Thank you. And so I've started a Patreon and all that stuff, and not asking anybody to join or anything like that, but I'm just telling you that's what the new trajectory is. Because, you know, people have been telling me for some time that I have a unique style here. So I think okay, well, if I have a unique style, then, you know, we should probably take advantage of this, right? And so I have, you know, so I really finished up doing my Patreon. I gotta fill it with a little bit of content, you know, as hooks, more or less. But there's going to be some exclusive content that's coming out for folks and stuff like that. So, yeah, you know, but I'm going to keep doing the things a lot of the same way, you know. It's going to be the same here, but, you know, I'm going to start trying to funnel people over to YouTube. So if you're not subscribed to my YouTube, please do. You won't be disappointed. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. But I got to get my camera issues worked out clearly. But hey, I got 7 months to deal with that. But that's the trajectory. So I figured, well, I mean, if we can do it, let's make it a real thing. Because I really, really enjoy doing this. This is a lot of fun. And made a lot of good friends along the way. Oh no. My gift. So no more gifting. Oh, darn it. Okay. So it looks like we can't do that. Okay. So gifting is suspended for the rest of the live. So they caught me too. Oh, wait. It doesn't say it according to here. Well, let's just try and appeal it. What the heck? And if they suspend it, they suspend it. So I think it is, I bet you if I think it's yeah, see? Yeah, it says, but it's going to be suspended soon. I'm appealing it, but they're going to restrict it. They said it's inorganic gift solicitation. So I think it's what's behind, it's what's on my ear. I don't think they don't like that. Yeah. Well, it's going to go away here really soon. So I'm going to appeal it. I mean, I guess I can try and I can change to a different screen. I guess I could do that. Let's see what I can do. Let's see. I don't think I have a lot of time to do this, but what if we did this? And let's see. Where's the black background? Let's just move it up. Let's put it there. All right, so there's that. I got to put it under the camera. There we go. Can you guys see me? Yep, you can see me. And then we can enable the text, but that didn't work. But what happened to the text? What about the rules? Okay, well, those rules work. What happened to the text? Oh, there it is. No, that's on Truth Wanted. No, that's old text. Not that. Not that text. Where is it? Evidence. There it is. Okay. Let's see if that works. There we go. How about that? Okay. So we'll just go with that the rest of the live. Okay. Now I can say my live does not contain the content mentioned in the notice. So let's just see if that works. All right. But you guys still know the rules, right? Okay, let's just go with that. Yeah. So apparently you can't even put it in your backdrop either. So because I had it baked into my back screen and it still didn't work. And I know I was in Daniel's live the other day and he got restricted too. So I think maybe they're cracking down on that. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe they are. But we'll just roll with it and see what happens. But hey, I can still, yeah, it says people can still gift. I don't know if I'm being like shown on the FYP. That might not be happening, but I don't have much longer. So, oh no, actually I can stay. Daughter doesn't need a ride. So we'll just roll with it. All right. So anyway, my whole point, and you know what? It's probably a good thing anyway, because I want to funnel people to YouTube anyway, because I'm going to have like a lot of law informed content and things like that, you know, and thank you for the gifts. So people are still sending gifts. Thank you. Appreciate that. So it's good that gifting is still good, but I'm probably restricted on the For You pages. So I'm just not getting advertised, but, all right, we'll see. Okay, so let's go back to the live. So yes, that's the other part. I want to do super chats and I want to bring guests in from YouTube. So it's not just TikTok, because there's a lot of people. You wanted to ask us a question so bad you had to pay you paid $5 to do it. Yeah. So but I want to do super chats. I want to bring guests in from YouTube because I want to have that capability. And that's, yeah, no, the viewers did drop. Oh, yeah, that might be why. That might be why too. But anyway, just, you know, so a lot of things going to be happening in the next 7 months. So hopefully let's just see if we can make that. And you know what? That might have been why the gift ban happened too, was because I was starting to talk about the P site and all that stuff. So maybe that's just all it is. But anyway, I changed things up. So I'm probably going to go in the future, go to more simpler backdrops and not have these things. Okay, Javier Bernal and Mama Bear are in the guest queue. So let's bring up the next one. So remember, you have to be at least 18 to be on a TikTok live as a guest. And And then my rule is please be a believer of either the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. Yeah, I could do a restart. Thank you, Pax. I think I'm just going to roll with it because we call it the horizontal. Yeah. No schisms. No schisms here. And also, please be sure that you have evidence that God is... Oh, I have God is real. I got to change that. It's actually God is just. So let's change that up. It's God is just, not God is real. So we're looking for evidence that God is just. J-U-S-T. All right. Okay. Let's bring up Javier. Yeah, I'm gonna keep streaming simultaneously, Andrea, like I'm doing now. How you doing, Javier?
Good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How's it going?
Okay, awesome. Pretty good, man. Pretty good.
Good.
First of all, I want to say, like, I do appreciate how you really have a calm conversation, and because I've seen a lot of people have a lot of these debates, and they just gotta get very emotional, and then all of a sudden they get offensive, and just because they say something they don't like. So yeah, that's I really like that you really listen, and then you give good feedback.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Are you
Yeah,
at least
of
18?
course.
I just want to make sure.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And then which God do you believe in? The Bible, the Torah, or the Quran?
The Bible.
Okay. And then what's your best evidence that your God is just?
Well, actually, I had a question. I just came over to Christianity maybe like 4 months ago.
Oh.
But I actually had a question about because I do see a lot of people making these lives, asking people, about atheism or whatever. But what is the purpose that you're asking people? Is it because you want to convince people about not believing in a God, or is it because you want somebody to maybe convince you essentially that there is a God?
I'm open to being convinced. I'm not 100% convinced there's no God. So I think the biggest thing is we want to explore why people believe in this. Because in a lot of ways it doesn't make sense to me. And one of the reasons is that, God being just, that's one that is very hard to reconcile. I was a Christian for over 30 years. And
you were? Okay.
Yeah, that was one I wasn't ever able to ever able to reconcile. So, so that's why I do this.
Justify
So, and I think that it's fair, wouldn't you say, that, if I've got Christians knocking on my door, coming at me at the store, at the grocery store when I'm shopping, or, putting stuff on my car, like flyers on my car to go to their church, or sending it in the mail, I think it's fair that you should be able to demonstrate that this God is just, or it exists, or it loves me, or anything like that. These are just claims. So I think it's fair to ask for evidence. Don't you agree?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean,
Are
I
you
think
driving, by
it's
the way?
fine too, because there's.
Are you driving?
Yeah, I'm driving.
Okay, I got to drop you
Yeah.
down because you can't drive in live. So, so go ahead and pull over, Javier, and can't drive while living. So that's a TikTok rule. And that is why. Hello, sir. You're back. You on another break?
Hello. Yeah, I'm on a little bit longer one this time.
Okay. Yeah, my live got restricted, but it kind of did, but kind of didn't. I'm not sure.
What?
Yeah. I think because I was talking about stuff related to like income, so I think that might have been why.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody keeps saying "Hey, cyber" every time I join a panel now, not just today, but
What's
it's
that?
just been happening. Everybody's been saying "Hey, cyber" to me. It just happened, and it happened to me yesterday, the day before. Like, I'm just cyber now.
I did have a cyber sighting in my chat earlier. I did. There was
You sure that was?
I'm not sure who it was. I know there was a cyber that was in my live. That was in my guest panel for briefly. But I don't know which cyber.
It wasn't this cyber.
You know what's funny about that is that the voice you do is like dead on. It is dead on. Like perfect. It is perfect. It's so perfect.
Brian's asking. Yeah, Brian, that's me. I'm the one that does the cyber impression.
Yes, Brian.
I went
Yes.
on like a spree of just going to everybody's lives and doing it. I went yours, CBJ, Mezzo. I went on all of them just to do it.
Yeah, yeah. And yep.
Justin said you didn't mean cyber impression. Now everyone calls you cyber. Wait, Justin said that? Because I don't think he's heard it.
Yeah, he might have heard of it, or somebody might have showed it to him. Woohoo! My appeal was approved. So I think it was my back screen, my background. I think that's what it was. That's really funny. That is really, really funny.
When did Justin say that?
I'm not sure. That's a good question.
How aware of me he even is. I think I met him twice, and I don't know. It was brief both times.
Yeah. Yeah, same here. I've only met him twice, but I don't know what, because I mean, unless you were in his live doing that, but you just said you weren't. So
I mean, I didn't want to because I wasn't sure if he like was aware of who I was.
Yeah,
so
yeah, that makes sense.
If I knew that he like kind of knew me already.
Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, hang tight, Toddy B. I'll get to you. Hang tight. But yeah. That's that's. But you had me in stitches the other day when you were in my live. That's for sure.
I don't want to overdo it. No, I want it to stay fresh.
You got yeah. That's right. You gotta discriminate, right? You gotta like, you gotta hold it back sometimes. Oh man. But
I have been speaking like him. So like recently, I was on CBJ either this morning or yesterday, and I was like, I was explaining something, and I kept saying right in between like in between my things. I was like, man, it's because I've been doing cyber so much, and everybody was like, what do you mean you've been doing cyber so much?
You gotta watch what you say.
I know.
Oh man, that's hilarious. Yes, everybody follow Lobes the Absurdist if you're not following Lobes. Fantastic lives, good friend of mine, and you're missing out if you're not following Lobes. And he does.
I'm probably gonna go live tonight.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
Maybe like after midnight Eastern.
After midnight Eastern. So there you go. You've heard. So if you want to follow and then get the notification, then you will be notified when Lobes goes live.
Oh, Orange did mean Jaren. He did mean Jaren, so that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, oh man, that's funny. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I told you recently. I decided to do like one-on-ones for a while because I was starting to get like a big drop off in guest requests. Like we were like waiting around for. There was like one live I did. I was on for like over an hour and I didn't get a single request.
Oh.
Yeah. And so.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so.
It's rough.
What's that?
It's rough. Like when you want to have your friends up on the panel and everything.
Oh,
but when
it
there's
sucks.
Like 5v1, nobody really wants to do that. The ones that want to do that are the ones that are just like assholes.
Yeah,
like,
that's true. That's true.
Probably you gotta take all you guys at once. You gotta have that mentality in order to do it. So.
Yeah. I think what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna steal a little bit from JA Debates and maybe like once a week do a guest, like a co-host, like one co-host. Schedule one. I think maybe I might start doing that.
Speaking of JA Debates, did you see the revamp that we're doing?
Mm-mm.
It's now called The Secular Perspective. You're welcome, and it's got this cool neon logo. You're welcome. So very similar to what this guy does for Lobes Lounge. He's got this neon lights vibe that's going on.
Nice. Okay. So is it like been released? Because Thursday, I'll jump in Thursday and take a look.
Yeah, it's actually I can show you the logo because hang on,
Okay.
let me just put that on real quick.
Cool.
Yeah, so it's gonna be, it's just so that it's not it's a little bit more inviting for people, right?
It's dope.
Like you've got atheist experience, so this is secular perspective.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, let's expand that.
So this is, unfortunately it's cut
Ooh,
off, but you get the idea.
that's nice and bright. I like that. I like
Mm-hmm.
that. That's cool.
It can
Okay.
be any kind of conversation. It doesn't have to be necessarily a debate. It can be, obviously. It can be somebody coming up, an atheist coming up,
Yeah.
talk about whatever. You know, it
So
can
it can
just
be
be
anything.
very and inviting.
I
So
like
you
it.
you call to get the secular perspective.
I like it. I like the purple too. Yeah, I really like it. That is dope. I like it. I like it. Like it.
Yeah.
Very cool. Well, beats the pants off of my background. That's for sure. Yeah, I like the purple, and it's like, and it looks like it's neon and all that. I like that.
Yeah, that's my own personal touch. You know how I like the neon
I know how you
backgrounds.
like it. Yep, that's very cool.
Yeah.
Very
So,
cool.
you said you're going to be on on Thursday?
No. I was gonna pop in on Thursday to look at the
Oh,
revamp, but you've shown me it. But I'm gonna jump in I'll jump in and watch anyway. I'm not. He asked me the other day, like when I wanted to come in on December, like what dates. So he gave me some dates, but didn't
right.
he hasn't gotten back to me yet. So he's probably working out the schedule.
I'm booked for the 18th. So,
Okay, you're booked for the 18th
so that
because
one.
I asked for the 8th, 15th, and 22nd.
You're asked to do all of those, or you asked for any of them?
One of those, yeah. One of
Okay.
those. Not all of them, just one. Yeah.
I'm like, "God damn, man."
Yeah. Well, did you see me on because I was on Truth Wanted and they're asking me to come
I
back
didn't
to
see.
that.
I didn't see that. Where was that supposed to be? Because I heard that you told me that you were going to do that, and I wanted to see it,
It's on YouTube.
but I didn't remember. I didn't remember when. Is it something that's streamed just to YouTube? I also saw that you were on Girls Gone Godless.
I was on that
That
one.
was fun.
Yeah, that was
Fantastic.
fun. That was a lot of fun. The Truth Wanted one, it's on YouTube. It's on their channel, so you can go rewatch that. And then I was on 2 episodes of the Nonprofits as well.
Hmm.
Yeah,
That's neat.
yeah, and then they're talking about wanting to bring me on Talk Heathen, but haven't heard anything about that yet. So we'll see.
Oh, Talk Heathen. Oh
Yeah,
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 that one I do know. That one I definitely know.
yeah. Well, Truth
It's
Wanted is
exciting.
kind of interesting because it's more like conspiracy theories, which is cool. You know, it's a touch different. But the Girls Gone Godless one was a lot of fun. They're a kick in the pants. They're a lot of fun to talk to. So
Yeah, I
yeah,
joined their Discord. They've got, I think it was like 4th or 5th member, because I sent Noe an invite to mine, and she was like, "Oh, here's mine too, by the way," because I guess I'm gonna be on that at some point. I have no fucking idea
right on,
when.
right on,
I think that I might need my desktop in order to do it.
right
I don't
on.
think it'll work.
Yeah, that's what I did. But and she's a great editor too. Noe, she's a really, really good editor. I think I was, Sonny was the 6th member. I think I was number 7. So
7.
yeah, I think it was number 7. So, my conspiracy theory is all conspiracy theories were made up by the government. Jeffro.
I love that one though. Oh,
Yeah.
and Sonny, I can DM you my Discord link. I should put it in my bio, but
Oh,
I'll
you know
DM
what?
it to you.
You can drop it in my Discord if you want to. Under the
Oh
promote.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
throw it
was
under promote yourself. Yeah.
I was going to do that, but it was like right after they were talking about it in Girls Gone Godless, and they were going to do that, and I didn't want to like at the exact same time put mine
Oh.
in there, interrupt it,
Oh, okay.
and then I forgot.
I don't think it
So
would
I'll
have
put
mattered.
mine.
Yeah. Drop yours in the Discord. For sure. Yeah, definitely do that. What are you eating there, champ?
It's a chocolate chip cookie.
Ooh, that looks good.
It's big.
Yeah,
Like
I thought it was a
it was.
sandwich at first. Yeah, I thought it was a
Well,
sandwich at first, and then you were like still going at it. I'm like,
it's this thick. She's a big. I
yo,
think it's like 7, almost 800 calories. I mean,
get
I
you
did say
going.
I like to over.
Yeah, Andrea, you're right. Give me all the decon discords. Yeah, I think
All right,
I think I'm in like 6 now.
I'm not in that many. I was the 100th member of Crystal Jays.
100th. Well, no one will ever be the 1,000th follower of you on TikTok except me. Twice, exactly. So if you ever get like restricted and lose followers, I'll be the 1,000th again.
Well, man, I wish I could get updates for Lope's lives, but I have to wait for him to get to 999 followers before I can do that. But then if I get somebody else as my 1,000th, I gotta wait to be the 2,000th.
Ooh, yeah. Exactly. Hey, you know, well, there's an opportunity because I need 1,000 followers on YouTube, so you could return the favor. You can
How many do you have right now?
Oh, I'm far away. I'm like 530 something like that. I got a ways.
I think I got like 5 or 6 or maybe 7.
Yeah.
I've only posted one video on there, so.
Oh.
And it was before I started my TikTok, so
Yeah.
it's not. I don't do it really. I
Well,
need to.
I'm hoping that one day that like I could like, you know, share like the streams all the way around with like oh, I just thought of something. I think I can share the stream on YouTube like the way they do it on Deconstruction Junction. I just thought of that. I could do that. Wow. I didn't even think of that. Okay.
Which stream? This one?
Yeah, so then people can see like the little icons on the screen and all that stuff. So they can see who's talking. Yes, change your mindset. I will be on a little longer. So I got one guest ahead of you, change your mindset, and then you could be my last one. And then I'll be done for the day.
I can't remember. I think once or twice I've streamed to the Deconstruction Junction's YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that the one night I did it, I just like that night asked you to co-host with me. I think that was the night that we did it.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I think that was the night. Yeah, that was a cool night.
That was a cool night. That was a frustrating live though. We had some. I remember that one guy. I can't remember what was his whole deal. He was like he was like a turbo Phil bro.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, was he the one that was just like, okay, I win? Was it that guy?
Something like that. He was like, you keep switching between an internal critique and an external critique, and blah 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 blah. And you could have said this, and you should have said that. And he's like trying to do our argument for us. We're like,
I remember that. Yeah, that was.
The topic was like, you don't deserve hell, or I can't remember what it was. We switched topics.
It was super frustrating. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Yeah, I had one in the yesterday, and I just got to remember to just totally agree with him. I just got to set my ego aside and just say, you know what? I totally agree. You're right. I can't justify anything, so show me how it's done.
Mm-hmm.
And then just tear it apart. Yeah.
I don't know how to like ground truth.
Yeah.
How do you do it?
Yeah, I don't know how to ground anything. Yeah, I have no justification for anything.
How did you decide it was God? Did you just like pull it out of your ass or something?
Yeah, exactly. Just do it like that. Yeah.
How do you ground God?
I have no grounds for it at all. I don't know anything. I have no justification. I'm just gonna do it like that from now on. Yeah, I got to set my ego aside. That's what I got to do.
I had a guest before work today who was like, it was my first guest. I think he was like, "Oh, I'm about to destroy you." By the way, I'm like, "Okay, go ahead and do it." And he kept telling me he was going to destroy me. I'm like, "Dude, just destroy me already. I'm waiting."
Right.
And he started saying, he started asking me like his questions, like, "Do you accept this? Do you believe that?" And we got to the question, is the universe like a closed system? And I was like, I don't know. And he got like mad that I didn't know the answer to that. I don't think that there's a consensus on whether or not the universe is an open or a closed system.
Yeah.
I don't think that there is one. But he's like insisting it has to be a closed system. I'm like, that's fine. Like I can like grant that, but I can't. He's like, you should not be saying you don't know. You don't have an argument. I'm like, I'm just answering your questions honestly, homie. Like I'm not. If I don't have evidence one way or the other, why would I just arbitrarily decide one is true?
Or just pick one. Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna hold a stance.
Yeah.
Arbitrarily. I'd have to be able to justify it. If I agreed with you, then I wouldn't be able to explain why. And if I disagreed, I wouldn't be able to explain why. So I
Exactly.
can just. Anyway, thankfully he lost his connection, so.
Oh, darn. Darn. That's funny. Oh man. Oh man. Boy. Yeah. I get. You know, I think I've been.
He did, Brian. He lost his connection. I did not drop him.
Yeah, lost connection. Yeah, lost connection.
I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not. You saw my demeanor. I was really chill. He was just like insulting me and everything. I wasn't phased. I was like,
That's
okay.
awesome.
I didn't even acknowledge that he was doing that. I was
Yeah.
just like, waiting for him to finish insulting me so that I could hear what his point was.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, Andrea, it wasn't Russell that was on with me in Lobes. It was some other guy, but I was on with Russell actually twice. I've been on with Russell twice. One in my live and then another one on which now the secular perspective. It was not you, Change Your Mindset. No, sir, it was not you. No, it wasn't you. It was no, you weren't insufferable. That's the difference. This person was insufferable. And no, it wasn't Russell. Actually, Russell, it wasn't too bad. My experience with Russell wasn't too bad. But I know a lot of people have had issues with Russell.
I've never
had
like. I've only heard of bad experiences with Russell. I mostly just have facepalm moments when I watch him. It's like I've never seen him be a major dick or anything. He's just kind of got like the classic Phil Bro stuff going on.
Yeah. But he was pretty cordial to me. But then again, I think he got cooked twice on Jay Debates live that day. Because I think I had him and then Pinkbeard came on. You know who Pinkbeard is?
No.
Oh, yeah, Pinkbeard. He's a pretty big creator. He's got like 200,000 followers, but he came in and then Bash, Pinkbeard came in and finished him off. Yeah. Forever Atheist, definitely. Yeah. Pinkbeard came in and just.
I know Q-Top tried to get on JA Debates recently.
Oh.
And I was like, Joyful, you got Q-Top requesting up in here. He's like, yeah, he was in here earlier, and I told him that I wasn't going to accept his request until he apologized for the P3DO remarks.
Oh my God. I think you got your next impersonation down. Spot on, Jake. That was awesome. Oh my God. Oh.
Did you ever clip my cyber? I didn't see the.
I did not clip it. No. Oh wait, I still have the recording of it. I'll clip it and send it to you so you can have it. Yeah.
You can put that. You clip this too, and just put them back to back.
Okay, I'm gonna clip that one too. Oh my God, that's hilarious. Oh my God, that is great. Okay, I think you sounded like dead on like him. So now I'm gonna have to get a screen grab of JA Debates and then put them, and then maybe we can duet them together. That's the move. We're gonna duet them. That's the move. Yeah, we're gonna duet them together, and I'm gonna do the same thing with because Cyber was on earlier.
The whole time too, while I was doing that.
Yeah, and
this is his PFP. I didn't even mean to do that.
No, it's okay.
But I was.
That's awesome.
You're running from. You're running from the substance.
Oh, that's awesome.
We don't take bigots on here on JA Debates or now the secular perspective.
Okay. Yeah, I'm totally duetting that. Definitely gonna duet that. Oh, wow. That's wild.
Me and Zach Hoffman need to host the Secular Perspective together
Definitely.
and just be different
Just
people.
be
I'm
everybody.
sure
Yeah.
you can do an impression of somebody in our community.
Oh, I'm sure he can. Yeah. He should be able to. That's not a problem at all. So yeah, you two totally should do that. You can either be Cyber or JA, and then he can be somebody else.
I'm way more comfortable with Cyber, but I don't know that I could do Cyber for the whole time. My voice would give out.
Mm.
And I feel like I need to, sometimes I'm scrambling when I do Cyber because he'll like have a point he's trying to make, and he'll be slow in the beginning so I can kind of think of what I'm going to say, but
Yeah.
then he speeds at the end.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I have to kind of have something that it's gonna like actually sound kind of smart. That's not gonna just be gibberish for me to blurt out at the end. Because he doesn't say gibber. He has good points.
No, he has great points.
Pretty much parrots Ian, so his points are really good.
Yeah. You just gotta end it with the back shot. Just something about back shots.
Yeah.
Yeah, like J-Rab said. Yeah.
I've crucified your argument, and
Yeah.
the stone is rolled away from the tomb, and all you can do is wait for the resurrection of your bad argument. Somebody, by the way, said on my live the other night, oh, good to see you're doing a live, Lobes, and somebody else was like, he's no longer Jaren's second banana. And I'm like, bruh.
He never was. What are you talking about?
I've been doing live since before I met Jaren.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I guess they just never played enough.
Yeah, you never were a second banana. What the hell? Yeah, Big L.
I spent a lot of time in there. That's probably why.
No, that might be why. No, that was rude. No, not true. No, you were right, Mango Man. That was an L. That statement about Lobes was an L statement.
And not the good kind.
Not the good time. Not the good kind. No. Not the good kind. Oh, all right. Well, I'm going to take a guest, Lobes. So appreciate you coming up,
Cool.
brother.
Yep, I got to clock back in anyways.
Right on.
Have a good one.
All right. See ya. Everybody, follow Lobes if you haven't. He's still here. Follow him. Find him in the list and follow him. You need to. Restart for Cyber. All right, let's bring up Toddy B. Hopefully I'm saying that right. How you doing?
Hi, good evening.
Hi. Thanks for waiting. Appreciate that. All right. So let's start with, well, I want to make sure I'm saying your name right. Is it Toddy?
Tati B.
Tati B. Okay. Thank you. How old are you, Toddy? Or are you at least 18? Let me put it that way.
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay. Do you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran?
I believe the God of the Bible.
Okay. And what is your best evidence that God is just?
The best evidence that I have, I'm coming from the book of Isaiah, chapter 1, verse 18 and 20, where it says, "Come now, and let us reason together, says the Lord." So what I get out of that is God giving the opportunity, because he knows that sin brings consequences. So he's giving you the chance to come and to obey.
Okay.
You can be blessed.
Okay. So he's given us a chance. Sin has consequences. Okay. And so what of people who don't sin?
Well, the Bible says, for all have fallen, short from the glory of God. So because we have a sinful nature, we are all born into a sinful nature, right? So we all have that capacity to sin.
I don't sin. So
Well, the perfect example, there's a story of the woman who committed adultery, right? He without sin cast the first stone. She committed adultery. Jesus Christ could have condemned her right there because she was caught in the act. But he said he without sin cast the first stone to stone her, right? And everyone walked away because you have to self-examine yourself. So that's an exemplar of how God, is showing his mercy,
Yeah.
right?
Well, I guess what of the people who like me who don't sin? Do we still go to hell?
Well, the Bible says we all have fallen short,
Well, how do we know that's true though?
because it don't matter for me, honestly. For example, if I live in let's say I'm in Bali, Indonesia. Let's say I'm in Beni, where where you may not have a dominant Christianity religion. You may have Buddhism, Voodooism, right? It is evident that there's sinful nature, adultery. I'm gotta watch what I say. Unaliving exists, adultery exists, sorcerers exist. Everything, for example, in the book of Revelation that talks about what's going to go in the lake of fire, which is the second death, right? All of that exists in each society. So one of the evidence to me, it doesn't matter your walk of life, whether you believe in God or not. You cannot tell me that those certain I'm gonna find in the other scripture that talks about the works of the flesh are
Yeah.
evident, right? So in every society, those people in Beni who believe in other gods, right?
Yeah.
Those things that the Bible brings up, anger, adultery, it exists,
Okay.
right? In every society.
Those things exist, but what I'm saying is that because you define sin as falling short of the glory of God. Well, I don't believe in God, so I don't think there is no glory to fall short of. Therefore, I don't sin. So that's what I'm saying is I don't do that. So why does that matter to me? Why should that matter to me?
I mean, you are entitled to your belief. I used to say salvation and choosing God is personal, but even people who are my family who comes from the Caribbean who practice another religion. There's people who practice other religions and they know that there's a God, right? But they practice what they practice, right? But they know behind their heads there's a higher power.
Yeah, I
Right?
don't know there's a God.
So
And I don't believe it.
even the devil knows there's a God because he tried to go above him.
Well, I don't know there's a
So
devil either. That's the thing. I don't know there's a devil. I don't believe there's a devil. I don't know there's a God. I don't
I
believe
mean,
there's a
only
God.
thing I could pray is that God will let you experience him for yourself. That's all I can pray, because because people sometimes want evidence, and that's fine. And that's how I was drawn to the Lord. I grew up in church, but I had a supernatural experience. I felt the presence of God. I had supernatural visions and dreams that came to pass. I'm a type of person, let's put the Bible right here on hold. How do you explain that? Right?
Well, I see what you're saying. So now about that though, because I can bring in, I've talked to people of all different types of beliefs and religions, Tati, and they've had supernatural experiences. So that means that all of those religions are true, right? Since you had a personal experience, and that's true for you, right? And they had a personal experience, and they swear that it was their God that gave them this personal experience. So that means that they're like Hindus. I've talked to Hindus who have had personal experiences. So that means Hinduism is true, right?
So what I would say in that case, that's where discernment comes in, right? Because you can have a dream, right? God rest my mother's soul. I can have a dream about my mother and she says X, Y, and Z, right? In the dream, right? But we believe that deals with familiar spirits, because everything, that's where discernment again comes in, right? Because everything that you see, you need the Spirit of God to discern to see if it's from him or not, right? Just like I know people who dream of lottery numbers and it comes out, right? But that's like a whole different thing.
Well, that's interesting, because they say the same thing. They say, like in Hinduism, I actually posted a video about this on my TikTok, on my profile. There's a scripture in the Bhagavad Gita that basically says if you don't see the Vedas, then then you're demonically possessed. So they think Tati, they think you're possessed by demons. So yeah, that's what Hindus think. That's what the Bhagavad Gita says, is that you, Tati, are possessed by demons because you don't see the Vedas.
And
everybody's possessed by demons.
You know what I love about the scripture? Because there's a scripture that says, and so some we all have fallen short, and some of us That's why we needed a savior, because we are ex something. We came from something. We did something, whether we talk about it or not. We are not perfect. And that's the misconception people have with Christians. We are Christians because we're not perfect. We're made perfect through Christ, right? So
Well,
we have an assumption of we're okay. I'm perfect in Christ before president and after. We're not perfect. That's why Christ came.
okay, but they say the same thing though. Like they say we're not perfect, but like for example, like some Buddhists say you have to know the Dhammas, you know. So if you know the Dhammas, then you're good. You're enlightened. If you don't know the Dhammas, you're not enlightened. And
Well,
so that's what I'm trying to understand is everybody is pointing at each other saying, no, you're misguided. You're wrong. So how do we tell, Toddy, which of you is right? Like what method could we use to verify that your belief is the true belief?
what I can tell you is, number one, pray. You can
They
ask
say
him,
the
and
same
he
thing
will.
though.
No. Like, pray and ask God to reveal Himself to you. He may reveal Himself to you through maybe a dream, prophecy, or His presence, right, or a vision, or something might happen,
Did that
right?
for over 30 years. Nothing worked. Nothing happened.
So, was your relationship? Were you serving God personally, or was it by routine?
Personally.
And I mean, I don't know what happened. I can't say what might have led you to this, I guess result. But I do know, well, I'm pretty sure do you believe we're in the last days?
Well, let me ask you this though. Let me ask you this. Do you think, because like another word for just is fair, right? Would you agree with that?
Mhm.
Do you think it's fair for God to reveal Himself to some and not others?
Oh, He says in the last days He's going to reveal, the gospel is going to be spread. So He's going to give everyone an opportunity.
Okay. Yet He's revealed Himself to you. So what, but He didn't reveal Himself to me.
No, He may reveal Himself differently to me, right? Because I'm a dreamer. Not everybody might
Yeah. But
right? So
He revealed
everybody's
Himself to
different,
you, right?
right? So some people, for example, okay, I'm gonna give you a quick example. Like there's people I know who came to Christ, right? Who didn't know the Lord, who might have I've seen supernatural, I guess,
Yeah.
experiences where they get healed, right? They were not believers, but because that they experienced something supernatural that led them to Christ, right?
Cynthia. Well, I'm trying to understand though. I don't know if that answers my question, because my question is, because you would agree that God revealed themselves to you, right? God revealed to you. God didn't reveal to me. I was a Christian for over 30 years and I prayed every day, read the Bible every day. And there were times when I thought I did
what did you expect Him to reveal to you? Was there something specific you were
something. Not, I didn't expect nothing. I expected something, right? So that's what I mean is that you believe that God revealed Himself to you. God didn't reveal Himself to me. Is that fair?
Well, so is it, how should I say, I don't know your personal walk with God, right? So I feel as though even as non-believers, whether
Mhm.
you're atheist or not, just life around you is evidence, right?
Well,
There's a lot of evidence as well.
I want to talk about the just part, because let me give you an analogy.
Mhm.
So let's just imagine like a dad with two kids, right?
Mhm.
One kid, he's always there for, he shows up for this kid, and this kid knows this dad is around. But for the other kid, is never around. Always seems to have to go out and go get milk, or is always at work taking extra shifts. So this other kid never knows that this dad is around. Would you say this dad's being fair?
Wait, one more time. You said one kid is going to.
One kid, he sees one kid all the time. Let's just say,
Okay.
he's got two kids, and let's just say they live in different houses. So he sees one kid all the time, right? And there's no doubt that he's present for this kid. This kid, he shows up for his birthdays, shows up for all of his events, goes to his baseball games, his soccer, all this other stuff, right? The other kid never shows up, never's around, never calls, never writes back nothing. And, you know, and the family of this other kid's like, yeah, your dad's here. He's present. He's around. He loves you. He says he loves you, you know, and he tells this other kid's mom that he loves this kid, but never says anything to him, never shows up for him, never appears at his games, at his spelling bee, nothing. But everybody's telling him, yeah, but your dad loves you. So I'm asking you, Toddy, is this dad being fair to these two kids?
Well, maybe how do we know that if dad doesn't run a relationship with him or not? How do you know if there's not a barrier?
There is no barrier. He could go see
Right?
this kid anytime he wants.
I'm happy you brought that up because I have a brother who's in that situation. He loves his kids dearly, but the mother, right?
Yeah.
She does everything necessary.
Yeah.
He wants a relationship with his kids.
No,
he
goes,
wants to
no,
wants
this,
to do, like you just said,
I'm
he
sorry
wants
to
to go
hear
to
that.
my
That
niece's
sucks. Yeah.
soccer game. He wants to do everything. And he actually put himself on child support actually because he desires a relationship with his kids. But the mother, for whatever reason, she wants to live, you know, her life. So sometimes some people desire that relationship, but there's
Yeah.
a barrier.
That's terrible.
Right?
But there's no barrier
So
here in this analogy. There's no barrier.
so
This dad could go see
I'm
this
telling
kid
you that
anytime.
unfortunately that could be the scenario too, because you know, maybe he does want a relationship. Maybe there is you know, how do you know that he doesn't want the relationship, the dad? Right? Maybe the child, of course, maybe the child does want a relationship with their dad, but how do you know he doesn't want a relationship with his son? That's not
Okay.
always the case sometimes.
So,
You know,
so what you're
but
telling me is that it's dependent upon the dad in some cases, right?
it depends on one thing. Okay, one thing I know with God, for sure, he desires a relationship with all of his
Well,
children,
see, this is
right?
the
But
thing.
he gives
You're,
you free he
yeah.
gives you free will. He gives you a choice,
Okay. So,
right, to serve him.
so the
And
kid
and
in the analogy, does this kid have free will to go see his dad?
say it again.
Does this kid have the free will to go see his dad?
Kid 1 or kid 2?
Kid 2, who's not seeing the dad at all, but
It
everybody,
depends
because
on the
like,
family dynamics.
well, because like, here's the example, because like what you just said is, you know, God wants a relationship with everybody, but that's equivalent to everybody telling this kid, yeah, your dad wants a relationship with you. Your dad loves you. Your dad really wants to see you. Your dad really loves you, but he just never does. He's just never present, never comes around, nothing. And
Maybe that's how the child may feel, right? Maybe they probably desire, you
okay.
know, but a relationship is a two-way street.
Yeah, but if
You
the
both
dad,
gotta want it.
right. Oh, so the relationship is a two-way street. Okay.
Mhm.
So if I was like this child, I was praying to God, I was wanting a relationship with this God, I was practically begging God to give me something, and God never revealed himself to me, never answered me, never responded. Would you call that a two-way relationship?
Never responded to what?
To any of my prayers, anything? And it
Okay,
says in John
uh-huh.
14, chapter 14, verses 12 through 14, ask anything in my name, and if it glorifies the Father through the Son, it will be done, right? So was I glorifying the Father through the Son when I was asking God for, you know, just a little bit of, hey, you know, just a little bit of reprieve, just a little bit of, you know, some comfort,
Okay,
maybe something like that. Just give me some enlightenment on a situation that I'm in. Never received anything, didn't get a thing. I didn't ask for too much, I don't think. I didn't ask for money, I didn't ask for a house. I just asked for, hey man, I'm in this situation, what should I do? And I got nothing. I got no answer. So so you said it's a two-way street, right? It's a two-way relationship. So if I'm the one doing all the heavy lifting, Toddy, was that fair?
Okay, so I can respond to that. So there's a few things going on here. So if God doesn't answer your prayer, it could be number one, do you have unforgiveness in your heart? Right?
It's unforgiveness in my heart.
Because do you have unforgiveness in your heart? Because before we ask for anything, we gotta repent, right?
So
Come with a
you don't
clean
think I
heart. That's
repented?
one.
You don't think
That's
I
one.
repented?
That's what. No, I'm just going because sometimes some people ask for stuff, right, and they forget about that part.
Yeah,
Because
I
you
had
have to
I
repent.
had forgiveness in my
Right?
head. I'm a very forgiving
Okay,
person.
so good.
I
That's
repented.
good. Number two, sometimes what we ask God for, right, may not be His will, or it may not be in due season, right? For example, like I'm gonna give you a perfect example. I was supposed to be done with school, 2016, 2017, right? I was done in 2019. right?
Okay.
And at that time, I was like, okay, God, here goes 2 semesters. I'm
Mm-hmm.
trying to get a master's, and it's just days and months are going by,
Mm-hmm.
right? But later on, I realized everything kind of lined up,
Mm-hmm.
right? So I got my mentor in 2018, actually. And because she was my mentor, it lined me up
Yeah.
for a professional
Okay.
job. So long story short, sometimes, because I prayed to be done at this time. So sometimes what we ask for is not his timing,
Yeah.
right? And it can get frustrating because to me, and I can say this because I've experienced certain things. The hardest part for me as a Christian sometimes is waiting because we don't know and we want to know now.
Okay. So
Right.
let me ask about that.
Then
Let
we
me ask
live in
about
a
that, Toddy.
and we also do, and I must say, we live in a microwave society. We want
Okay.
it now.
All
We want
right.
our answer, and that's it. And
Let me
one
ask
thing
about
I'm
that.
learning,
All right.
I'm gonna land my plane. One thing I'm learning as a
Land it.
Christian is perseverance.
Okay.
Sometimes we don't get our promise, right? Because we don't persevere.
Okay, I got you. So when I was a kid and I was getting abused and raped, and I was praying for God
I
to
did
stop
too.
that. Okay, and I was praying for God to stop that. So it just wasn't my time. I had to wait. I had to persevere.
Right. So what I'm gonna say first is I'm sorry that happened to you. No one, no child, no children, no even adult, right, should be abused, because I was a victim of that as well.
Yeah.
And it was a family member,
Yeah.
right? So
So why did we have to wait?
Wait for
Wait for
I
God
don't
to make it stop. Why did we have to? And by the way, God never made it stop. It just kind of stopped on its own. But why did God have to make us wait, Toddy? Why did we as kids have to wait to be stopped, for the abuse to stop?
Okay, so one thing I can say is, from my experience, it took a couple years to forgive this family member,
I'm
right?
not talking about the
And
forgiveness.
one
I'm
second,
sorry. I
and
got to
one
stop
se-
you.
one
I got to
second.
stop you. I need an answer to my question. Why
Go
didn't
ahead.
God make it stop?
Make it stop.
Yeah. When we
Is
asked, why did God? Because I imagine God being up on high or wherever he was with popcorn, watching you and me. Man, those 2 kids are just they're getting it, man. Oh man, trust abuser is coming into his room again. Man, that sucks. That really sucks.
and those people will be punished if they don't repent.
Well, I'm gonna get those people, but man, just hang in there, persevere, little man. You'll be all right.
No, like you're saying,
You just watch that.
no,
You had
that's
to
part
wait.
of sinful nature.
It's not your time. Trust.
No, what you said, like I said, I've been a victim of that. And
Yeah.
if we know the word of God, those people who don't repent, who's practicing that, whether you're a believer or not. And what I dislike as well is
Mhm.
sometimes they're quick to say, "Oh, Christianity X and Y." What about people who are serving Buddha, who that's happening to? What about people who's serving
Yeah, let's
Ezeli
not
and
pivot,
the rest of
Toddy.
them?
Let's
No. I'm
let's
giving an
veer back.
example
I'm
because
not
they're
talking
quick
about.
to blame it
I'm
on.
not talking about people who worship Buddha. I'm talking about people, because you say your God's real, so you don't think Buddha
No,
is
and I
anything,
agree.
right?
No,
Okay.
God is real, and He does
Okay.
not tolerate sin. So that's where His just comes in. He punishes sin.
Yeah, he punishes sin, but I guess he in order to punish sin, he has to let it happen, right? So he's got to watch this happen again and again and again. That's what you're saying?
So you don't believe that God punishes?
I don't believe in God, period. What I'm asking you though is, was it fair for God to watch this happen?
Look,
How was it fair to you and me?
no, I believe that God does not want sin because He's a holy God.
I hear that.
He's not for sin. What
Okay.
happened to you and what happened to me, He's not for sin. That's why He punishes you. I think we get stuck at, hey, God, this act took place, but we forget that He's a merciful God, and we forget that He punishes those who don't repent. So that cousin, that friend, that person, that pervert, right? Who did not repent, who's continuing, there's consequences for them. They shall reap what they sow.
How was that fair to us?
So first of all, you get punished 2 ways. You will get punished 2 ways, right? And I'm happy you may remind me of another scripture, right? That's why they say for us as believers, we rebuke, right? When certain things, they said, someone said, what you tolerate will continue, right? When things like that happen, you're supposed to rebuke them or whoever that is, because what you tolerate will continue. That's what the word of God says, right? And people get that twisted, and
I'm
people
not hearing
call
an
it,
answer to my
judgment.
question. Do you remember the answer to my question? Do you remember my
Go
question?
ahead.
You remember my question? What was my question?
I didn't hear you.
My question is, how was that fair to us for God to let that happen?
How is that fair to you?
To you and me, yeah. How was that just to you and me?
What just is when something is fair, right?
So how is that fair? Yeah. How is that fair to you and me?
What wasn't fair, right, is the sin that took place. Where God shows his mercy, right? He gives you the opportunity to repent. If you don't, you will pay the consequences. That's how God is just. If it does not get clearer than that, then I don't know what to tell you. You know,
It's not
again,
clear
I
at all.
apologize if that happened to you, because it
Oh,
happened to me
I'm
too.
sorry it happened to you too.
know?
But what I'm saying
And
though is, well, here, one
I'm
last
happy that God has healed me from that,
well, I'm healed
and I'm
from it
able to
too.
keep on living.
I'm healed from it too, but God didn't do any of that. What I'm here, let
I'm
me ask
gonna
you,
keep on living.
let me ask you this last part, and I got to do a kick poll, Toddy. If you personally, Toddy, if you personally knew of a child being essayed, would you stop it?
Say it again.
If you personally, if you
being-
knew that a child was being essayed, you know what that means, essayed?
Yes.
Would you stop it?
Yes.
Okay.
I will report it.
Would God stop it?
Would God stop it?
Yeah.
Of course he would.
Okay. But he didn't in our case, right? Didn't for you and me, he didn't.
But you're being punished.
Okay.
You're according to his word, you're gonna be punished.
I'm being punished for being essayed so
No,
the
not
essay is my
you. Not
punishment?
you. No, the abuser.
Okay. Well, then why would you?
Abuser's being
Okay, so
punished.
if the abuser's being punished, if you ultimately is being punished, why would you stop it? Because then that would mean that you could say, Toddy, Toddy, saying to yourself, Toddy, you don't need to do this because God's got it. God's got it on lock. I don't need to report.
Okay,
I don't
I'm
need
gonna
to
give you
report
an
anything.
example. God forbid someone goes in and they see it in the workplace or a school place or whatever place, right? The scripture says my job is to rebuke, right? Because sometimes things happen, whether you're religious or not.
Yeah.
Sometimes things happen and we don't talk. And we can say it, and it's true. There's a lot of cases where things happen and we don't talk. We're
Okay.
silent. The Bible says we're supposed to rebuke. What you tolerate will continue. So my job is to rebuke and let them, hey, what you're doing is wrong. It's traumatizing. You can't do that. And you will pay the consequences legally and spiritually.
Okay, I got you. So
I'm gonna stop right here.
okay. All right. Well, let's stop right there and let's do the kick poll. All right. So we got Toddy up as a guest, and let's vote. So happy face to keep Toddy for another 20 minutes, or crying face to move on to the next guest. All right. So I think the struggle for me, Toddy, we'll probably have about 50 seconds left. And here I'll lay it out and I'll let you respond. The struggle for me is that we have what seems to be a double standard. Because on one hand, yes, I agree with you. In a heartbeat, I would report it. I would stop the essay from happening, right? Probably, and odds are I would put my life on the line to stop it. Okay. That's how far I would go. It doesn't seem to me that the same level of obligation that you and I would have, God has. God has a different level of obligation. It seems like God's not obligated to stop anything.
But can we agree that he will punish?
I don't know. I don't have any evidence of that. So no, I don't agree with that.
All right. So if you're saying that, so do you believe in God at all? So are you an atheist?
I'm an atheist. Yeah. I don't believe in
Okay.
God.
So if you're an atheist, right? So your rationale would be humanity, right? It wouldn't be God.
It would be humanity. And so the humane thing to do would be to stop the essay. That would be the humane thing to do.
So
I don't care.
if
I don't
you're
care if I'm a human or a god or what. It's to stop it, because harming children like that is horrific. It's awful.
so you don't believe that humanity has evidence of a sinful nature? People are perverts. People have psychological issues. People, so you don't. But so as someone, okay, you're not religious, so you're atheist. So do you believe that people have that capacity and carries that?
Yes, people do have the capacity of committing those things. What I'm saying is,
Okay, and we call
I
it
don't think,
sinful nature.
yeah, and I don't think that's sin, because again, if you're saying it falls short of the glory of God, to me, there is no such thing as a glory of God. So there's nothing there to call it that. I just call them bad things. So I think at the end of the day, you and I are just using two different words, right? That's all it is. But see, the problem that I have is that you said God doesn't tolerate sin, but he definitely is tolerating that, because he's watching people do this and then saying, I'm going to get you in the end.
In other words, he's not for sin.
Yeah.
He's
All
not
right.
for sin.
Okay.
And he punishes
Well,
it.
we do have to go on to the next guest, but I do appreciate you coming
Sure.
up. All right.
Take care.
All right. Have a good night.
You too.
That was rough. That was rough. So thank you, Drew, for the reminder. I appreciate that. That's gonna be clipped. Definitely. It's a good conversation though, but okay. Well, I'm over it. You DM me later, okay? I'm over it. All right. Let people know in the group chat how you doing. All right. Okay. You'll be all right. Promise you will. All right. Let's move on to the next guest. So change your mindset. You've been waiting patiently, so I'm going to bring you back for the second round. How's it going? Change your mindset. How you doing?
I'm here. How are you, man?
I'm doing well. Doing well.
You
So,
ready for round two?
okay. Well, last night's round one was pretty rough. Was not as rough at that conversation. That was rough.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you, man, and I think we're kind of at a stalemate at that. I mean, we really are. We at that point, we was just talking to ourselves in circles because,
Oh, about God is just?
yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
I really do. I feel like we were at a stalemate. I mean, it just like we were just kind of going around in a circle at that point because it
Well,
was.
I
I mean,
mean,
I feel like I proved that my God was just. I can't prove that your God is just.
I don't have a God.
That's what I'm saying. But I proved mine was.
Well, did you really do that? Because you did say,
No,
hey, if I get graped for my wife's crime, I've just got to have to accept it.
no, that's not how that was put in context
It's-
either. You know that.
Okay. Well, was that just?
Not how that was put. That was
All
not
right.
put in context.
Okay. Well, we can.
I explained after that.
Okay.
You know, when these things were occurring, you know, this is the worst of humanity, and God was dealing with
Oh,
these things.
yeah, that's right. That's right. Right. It's the worst of humanity. That's right.
At this point, you remember that, and then
Yeah.
like we kind of had to shut it off at that point.
Yeah.
You know,
Because
I mean, that was
20 minutes was up. So
yeah.
this was the worst
You know,
of humanity.
so I mean,
Yeah.
that's really not going to occur now. You know, like God, because after the canon,
yes.
the canon closed, you know, that was not necessary anymore. Humanity was then put into a moral straight line at that point.
Okay. What evidence do you have that it's not going to occur anymore? Because I have evidence that it could.
No, I'm not against that either, because humanity can go downhill again. I mean, but at that point in human history, God came and died on the cross, or Jesus came and died on the cross. You know, he set that in motion, and it was corrected years later. After that, it was corrected. I mean, that's why we're not still adding
The camera
books to the
triple G.
Bible.
Okay. So help me out here, because I'm trying to understand how Jesus's death changed this. Like why
Well, I mean,
it switches to suddenly to God, not the likelihood that God would punish you by grape. Like the odds of that happening just dropped in your mind?
Okay.
How is that? How is that?
These horrific things that occurred as
Mm-hmm.
punishment,
Mm-hmm.
who do they happen to?
It happened to the women who were innocent.
Yes, that's true.
Mhm.
That's true. But who was punished? Who were those causes to punish who?
Wait,
Does that make sense?
ask it again.
So who, like the women being punished, certain people being punished, what were they being punished for? Who was that punishment ultimately affecting?
Well, the women were punished for no reason because they didn't do anything wrong. However, the punishment was supposedly for David. And I'm still at a loss on how graping other people punishes the person who commits the crime.
So again, that's like I told you, when we step back and you have a divine, the divine, a being that is beyond space and time, he is dictating what is right and wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not. I can't argue. Like even now, I can't argue that with you. Like I don't know. That's just what God chose.
Mm-hmm.
But whenever you're outside of time and space and you are the creator of creation, he dictates what's right and what's wrong.
Okay. So in that sense, in that sense, change your mindset. That means that then we have no way to determine what's right and wrong. That means it's meaningless.
That's not true either.
Well,
we
because
have a set of guidelines.
Well,
we have a set of guidelines.
Okay. Well, then in your
God,
so
can God change? Can God change things and make a sentence less or more? Can he do that as the ultimate judge?
Well, according to your Bible, he can, and it seems to be extremely arbitrary. So, I mean, some people for the same exact crime, adultery and schmurder, because that's what it was. I mean, David sent Uriah into battle knowing he was going to get unalived. So that's pretty much schmurder. So committed adultery, committed schmurder. Yeah, 100%. So committed adultery, committed schmurder, and we don't have an even, because that's happened more than once in the Bible, and the judgment and the disposition was different every time. That's what I mean is that it's not across the board. It's not consistent. It is very inconsistent.
Let me ask you this: Who judged David? Did man judge David?
God did, according to the story.
God judged David.
Yeah,
God judged David, which means it goes back to I have a fallback now. I have the fallback.
Mm-hmm.
God sets what's morally right and what's morally wrong.
Okay,
why is it dictated that?
Okay,
now,
and why is it?
Doesn't mean in our standard it's right.
Okay,
that doesn't mean that.
Well, how is it just then? Because is that up to God? Because God says so.
Think about it. Whenever you are setting them, I mean, I agree with you on that aspect. Like I can agree with you on that, but
that is disgusting. You
agree
with me on that?
Well, I mean, I'm not agreeing with it by no means. No, like when you said the other day,
that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I was like, no,
I'm
I
thinking
don't want
that's
that.
yeah, you don't want that. But why don't you want that? Because if you're saying your God sets the standard of good, your God sets the standard of just. That means that if God determines that you are to be graped, that's good and just.
Well, let me ask you this: would I have done anything to that magnitude to deserve that?
Well, that's the whole point.
Think about what David did. Okay.
Right.
Now,
no, you wouldn't have, because this would have been your wife that did all that. That's the analogy. Your wife
did. 100% correct.
Right.
But we're not back then, nor are we under the authority and the power that was given to David.
Okay.
Think about that. David was God's chosen man. God chose him out of everybody.
All right.
God said, I will anoint you. I will fill you. I will give you. And that's why whenever Solomon came right behind him, his son, he rewarded Solomon and said, because all Solomon wanted was wisdom.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So I mean, it's like, when you're in that line, it's kind of like, the higher prime example. You're in a corporation. You're the CEO and you do something stupid. Are you going to be punished differently than the janitor? Yes.
It depends on what you're talking about.
Exactly.
Now, if it's like insider trading,
So okay,
No.
let's simplify it. Cool.
Yeah,
Cool.
it
Let's
may
simplify.
you may actually get a harsher penalty than the janitor would.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, okay, so we're set on that, right?
But there's
Because we're going to be
there's
set,
circumstances to that, right? It depends on the circumstance.
which is the same circumstances with David.
Okay. So under the circumstances then, David was in a position of power, right? Because he could order Uriah to go into battle.
Exactly.
And so are you saying, because would you say that his because let's compare this, because there were women, like if we go back to Deuteronomy, there were women who were stoned to unalivement, who were accused of adultery. And so they were stoned to unalivement. They were just for simply an accusation, right?
Yeah.
So who would you say, and David was in a position of power. These women were not in a position of power. So who would you say, who would you say should have known better, David or these women? Let's just assume that they did it for a second. Who should have known better? Of course.
Yeah. And I know where you're going with this. It's kind of like where they both of them know right or wrong, right? They both know right or wrong.
Right.
So I mean, how do we say that David's worth more than the women? That's pretty much what we're getting to, right?
Well, I would assert that David should have known better because he was a leader. He was a king.
Well, yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
so that means
his
discernment, his judgment should be superior. So that means that now so the problem though is you'd agree is that they did not get equivalent sentences. One, the women lost their lives. Did David lose his life? No.
Well, think about it like this. What if David having what happened to his wives was worse than death?
How so?
To those women. I mean, I don't know.
Well, to those women?
People suffer differently.
Well, I would say it was to those women, it was worse than death because they were now considered defiled and he never touched them again. He just locked them away.
The thing is, in Deuteronomy, we got to be so careful with Deuteronomy, because if you read that out of context, and you know this because you've been doing this a long time, if you read Deuteronomy out of context, it'll steer you in the wrong direction very quickly.
Okay. Well,
very quickly.
I think I'm just kind of I'm just going to the matter of fact that there were women who were stoned to unalivement. There was laws against that, unalivement by stoning for adultery. There were women who were simply accused of that. So we can infer reasonably that there were women who lost their lives even though they were innocent. And then we look at what happened to David's wives who were innocent. They didn't send Uriah into battle. We don't
know that.
The women didn't send.
We don't know what David's wives were doing.
You got to be kidding me. That is cap. Okay, that's
listen
cap.
to this. Listen to
Come
this.
on now. Come on.
Prime example, Trust. I'll bring another part. Why is it that, and now hear me out, because I'm always going to give you some, right? I'm not just going to make a statement blindly, right? Hear me out. So why is it that Ham and his generations were cursed just because he saw his father Noah naked?
Okay. What's this have to do with the women?
Just listen.
Yeah. Bring it home.
You know
please.
what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
Right?
I'm not following you though. I'm lost in the
weeds. When you walk back through the Greek on what was actually going on with Noah and Ham.
Not Greek. There was Hebrew. Like that. That's what you mean, right?
Yeah, Hebrew. Old Testament's Hebrew. New Testament's Greek. I'm sorry. I've been working all day. I'm trying to keep.
All good.
Bear with me. So when you walk it back through that, it shows that there was some kind of sexual immorality that was occurring between Ham and Noah.
Okay.
Now, if you read the Bible at face value, it just says that he saw his daddy naked. Now, we don't know what his wives could have possibly been partaking in as well with David. Okay, we don't know. We don't know. Now, do I use that to justify what happened to them? Absolutely not, because I can't give you context on that. But at the same time, why would my just God do something so horribly to somebody without cause? Because there's always a cause and effect in the Bible. There's always a cause and effect. It doesn't make sense, but there's always a cause and effect. And you know that. I mean, you were a Christian for 30 years.
Yeah.
You were a Christian for almost as long as I've been alive.
Okay.
So I mean, you know that's how that works.
All right. So, okay. So this is what I'm trying to understand.
Mhm.
So you're saying that it appears that God did this without cause. So there had to be a reason why God chose these women and not
Well,
do it a
obviously,
different way.
there's a reason why he chose those women.
Yeah.
He was David's concubines.
Yeah. And so you're saying that because there's no
I
observable
don't say I know.
Well, no,
I
no.
didn't say I
It said
know
because
that.
there's no observable reason in the scriptures, they had to have done something.
No, I didn't say that either. I said we don't know.
Okay.
I said I don't know because I can't say that because that's intellectually dishonest.
Okay.
That's very intellectually dishonest. That would derail our argument immediately.
Okay. So, well, then if you don't know and we don't see any reason in the Bible that that these women had anything to do with this, why would we leave it at I don't know? We don't know that they weren't involved. That's what you're saying, but we have no evidence that they were involved.
Well,
Right?
yeah, there is evidence that they were involved in the situation.
Where?
Like the surround. Okay, I'm gonna fix it. Hold on. You know, like obviously they were involved because God chose David's wives, his concubines. Right? So
Obviously, they were involved because God chose them. They were involved. That just
yes, involved in David's life. I'm not saying in her being, and I think that's what we're having the misconception at. I think we're getting lost in that.
Okay. I'm still at a loss because I guess I'm a little lost because I'm still not understanding how this, because it sounds like, I got to be honest with you, it sounds like a lot of cope that we're trying to figure, because we're trying to figure out a way to say, it doesn't make sense that, because you did say it earlier, it doesn't make sense that David's wives were punished for this. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So there
we can
had to
agree
be,
on that.
yeah, and so they had to be involved somehow. They were guilty for something. That's what it sounds like you're saying.
I never used the word guilty.
Well,
I never used the word guilty.
It just sounds like you're saying that, like
kinda,
like you're trying to find a reason for them that they deserve this.
Well, I mean, but that's something we don't know. That's all I'm putting out there. We don't know. That's ultimately what it comes down to. Is we don't know. We don't know. And do I think it's okay that happened to those women? Absolutely not. That will always be my answer. But God made that decision. How am I going to question it? And that'd be like, I'm the ant, and you've got the magnifying glass. You're about to zap me with it. Like, don't do that. No, I don't like that. I mean, that makes no sense.
Is it? Why don't you feel like you can question it?
Okay, let me, without putting myself in a corner. Obviously, I have the right to question it, right? Because I don't think God's ever been against people questioning him, because that's all throughout the Bible.
Yeah.
But who am I to tell him that he's wrong? Maybe that's a better way to put it.
Why can't you tell him he's wrong? What's the matter with that?
Because it would derail the entire reason that I serve him. If he's like, how can I serve a God that's wrong? If he's wrong, then he's not just. Justice is consistency. That's justice. That's consistency.
Okay.
Plain and simple.
All right.
And he was consistent all throughout the Bible. So I mean, if I'm going to sit there and question that, I can't, and I say you were wrong, then that means I challenge his justice.
Okay.
Which I can't do.
Why can't you do that? I'm still not clear on why you
I'm
can't.
a Christian. I'm a Christian, and I believe in the Bible. See, you can do that because you're an atheist. You don't believe in God.
Okay.
Right? That's your way out.
Yeah.
Right? That's your way out right there. But I can't, because I'm a Christian. Because the moment I do that, then what's the point in me serving God? What's the point of me even believing?
He's that close, everybody. He is that close.
Close to what?
Do you hear? You guys heard that, right? Type of one if you heard that. Hold on. Type of one if you heard that.
I can't see anything that's happening in the feed right now. It's frozen on mine.
Oh, it's frozen on your end? Okay.
Yeah. So I can't see any of the comments.
Okay. A lot of people saw that. All right. I hear what you're saying, change your mindset. And I remember being where you're at right now. I remember being there. I think because if I hear what you're saying, let me just make sure I really understand what you're saying. If you challenge God, or if you say, God, you're wrong, or judge God in any way, it would, I think what you're saying is that it would completely torpedo and undermine why you're a Christian. Would that be fair to say?
That is the thin line between me and you.
Yeah.
That is always the thin line between a Christian and atheist.
Brian. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's the line. That will always be the line.
Yeah.
It will always be the line. It
Okay.
is so easy to flop over because it makes you want to ask yourself, how are you a Christian for 30 years and you served God? You didn't one day just wake up and be like, there's no God. That didn't happen.
No, it didn't happen
There's
that way.
something happened that sent you on a different path because that line is so thin. I mean, it's all about faith. Do I think it takes more faith to be an atheist than a Christian? Yeah.
Interesting.
I do. Because there cannot be a creation without a creator. There can't.
I think at the end of the day, well, I mean, that's a different discussion for a different day, because I want to stay on the topic.
Yeah, I know.
And we got a minute and a half left, but
I know. Ultimately,
what you could do, that's a great idea, Triple G. I was actually on a podcast recently. If you search Girls Gone Godless on YouTube, you can hear my entire story. And I explain why.
Really?
So if you're really interested, seriously.
Because I want to know. That was one thing. Since, I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. We get back on this topic again. We're gonna be going around in a circle no matter what.
Oh yeah.
You know, but that is something I've been wanting to. Like, I was hoping even maybe I could talk to you away from here. Just me and you talk privately, if you're ever okay with that.
Yeah. I can do that.
Because I want to know what happened, man. Like, how did it derail so hard?
Oh yeah.
Because some of the strongest atheists on earth were once the most strongest Christians.
Yeah. And I know that it sounds like that really baffles you. Like, it's hard for you to understand.
No,
it sounds like it.
Because pain and hurt and suffering can do a lot to a person.
It wasn't any of that.
And I'm not saying your situation by no means.
I mean, I've been through pain and hurt and suffering, but it wasn't like church hurt. If that's what you're alluding to, it wasn't anything like that. But if you go to, like I said, if you search Girls Gone Godless, and it's all squished together on YouTube, you'll find their page, and I'm like, I think I'm the most recent episode. Yeah, I am the most recent episode.
Really?
Yo, yes. So I'm an honorary girl. At least that's what they tell me. But I'm the most recent episode. Yeah, I was just on there. It dropped on Saturday. So yeah, you can go check it out. And it's an hour and a half, and I go into my story pretty detailed, and I actually share some things that I hadn't shared with others, before. So you can get the full story.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd definitely like to watch them, man. Because look, I know my time's up, but look, you're a good man, and that's why, though we have different opinions, you can be an atheist and have morals. Morals doesn't go away.
Appreciate you, Change. Yeah.
Morals don't go away.
Yeah,
do I believe?
absolutely.
Do I believe where morality comes from? It comes from God. You believe it comes from logic, and a few other things that don't really make sense to me. But morality still exists within you, even though you're an atheist, right? And to be honest with you, you're the only person that I come on feeds and do this with.
Oh, I'm honored. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Because I don't go on other feeds because most of the time it's not an intellectual conversation. Most of the time, most atheists are just regurgitating. They're regurgitating what they heard. They're not going off of what they have studied or what they believe, more or less, just what they've heard, and they want to win an argument. See, you're here searching for truth.
I definitely am. You're right. I am.
You're searching for
Ultimately.
truth. Because I know for a fact, if I could present true evidence that God exists, you would turn right back around and head the opposite direction.
Oh, absolutely. Because it would, it would be silly to have like evidence that God exists, like proof, and then still say, God, I don't believe God exists. That'd be silly. Of course I would. Yeah, of course I believe it at that point.
And I really do hope one day that your heart will change and it'll turn back to that. And I know there's no preaching on here, so I'm not going to do all that. But I really hope, because when I remember being on the feed and that girl was literally having a mental breakdown. And people were being so ugly to you because you're like, like, hey, we're all here. And I'm like, that's showing Jesus right there. It really is. It's showing love. It even says God is love. I mean, you're showing that to people.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm not trying to insult you or your beliefs by no means. I'm not trying to do that. But, it doesn't mean that you're not a good man. And
Well,
that's why when I
that.
start seeing people that say they're Christians and they get in here and they talking about you're lost and they being ugly to you, it aggravates me. Because that just pushes you further away. Like, oh yeah, I want your God.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
Right.
I know you mean well by that. And so I do appreciate what you're saying. I do appreciate that. But hey, listen, change your mindset. I'm going to move on to the next guest, but I really appreciate you coming up, and it was a good talk.
Hey, as long as I'm welcome back, I'll come back and see you
anytime. Yeah. But I do think the God is just thing between us has run its course. Yeah. So
yeah, I think we're at a stalemate. Like,
unless you want to come back for something. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
unless you got something. Okay.
Yeah, we're stalemated on the God is just. I mean, we just are. But I mean, next topic. I wanted to get into the suffering of the animals thing with you.
Well, it looks like there's a little bit of meat on the bone. So come back for that again. Yeah, we can get into that.
We can talk more about that one. But look, have a good night, man. Be safe. Okay.
All right. Change your mindset. Take care.
All right.
So, Brian, I definitely will. Don't you worry about that. So the entire long form will be actually both. It's going to be a part 1 and part 2. The long form, because he was on yesterday. The long form will be on my YouTube channel, so you can watch it. Yeah, agree, both sidesing. So, yeah, that was something. That was something. All right, let's get an update real quick from I'm Over It. We're right on the spot with I'm Over It. How are we doing? I'm Over It.
They didn't take me.
They didn't take you. Why not?
They said because today they took me, but the insurance, and they said it would be the same thing again.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Okay. Well,
I don't know what I need help.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. So, what did Kylie say?
I'm waiting for her to get back to me.
Okay. All right.
I really hate this.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
I don't know what else to do, because it's just going to be the same thing. And the lady gave me the paper, and she said that they can't take me to the hospital because it'll be the same thing. It'll be wasting time. It's like, not me, because I need to go.
Yeah. So, it just really sucks. Insurance is awful. Insurance is awful. So I'm really, really sorry that's happening.
I don't know what to do now.
Yeah, I know. So let's remember the exercises we used yesterday?
Yeah.
Yes, I do have a Discord, Kiboshed. The link is in my profile. So we want to do because we want to stay present, right? And we want to stay present and try not to worry about the future or think about the past too much, or, let's just stay present. So, yeah, 5 things that we see. Yeah. Let's do the 5 things we see.
You?
Yeah. You see me. I'm going to invite some friends up. Okay.
Okay.
Let's get some friends up here.
Oh, I need to go so bad.
Yeah. And no obligation, friends. So just FYI, no obligation. And anyone else just request up. Any other friends request up, but no obligation. If you can't, it's okay. So we're here for you. But yeah, focus on the present. So you see me. What was the other thing you said? I was trying to get friends in. You see me. Who else do you see? What else do you see?
I see Phoebe.
You see
She's
Phoebe.
on my lap.
Yeah. See Phoebe's on your lap. Okay. She's here with you right now. She's on your lap. Is that her breathing?
I'm with you.
No, that's me.
Oh, that's you. And do you see Forever Atheist?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's okay,
I
Amber.
gotta get Gunner's gift to him.
Oh,
Awesome.
good. Thank you.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. And then what else do you see?
Do you want to see Gunner? He's sitting right
Oh,
here.
yeah. You want to see Gunner?
Yeah, I do.
All
Well,
right.
that's okay, Amber.
We'll put Gunner on big screen when FA is ready. Oh, there's Gunner. There's Gunner.
He's such a big boy.
Yeah, he is. He's huge.
He's not that big yet.
He's a giant. He's a giant. Look at that. All right. So you got to see Gunner. All right. There we go. Okay.
I don't understand why the system is failing so many people. Like, I do not deserve, nobody deserves this. It's not just me. There's so many other people that are going through this.
I understand. Well, let's-
I just need to get some help so I can get better. I don't want to keep doing this.
yeah, I understand. We have, and that's why I gave you those chapters out of the Dialectical Behavior Therapy Handbook. Hi, Amy.
Hey. Hi.
So
I didn't hear it. I'm not going to ask for a recap, but I'm just here to be supportive.
Yeah. See, we're just here to be supportive. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's press on. I'm over it. So you saw me, you saw Phoebe, you saw Gunner. So let's finish the last two. What else do you see? Two
I
things you
see
see.
this eraser, this avocado eraser.
Eraser? An eraser?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's my son's.
Okay. What does it look like?
Does it smell good? Does it smell like fruity?
Yeah, actually it does. It smells like a lime. It's one of them scented
Cool.
erasers.
All right. Okay. And what's one more
And
thing you
it's
see?
this drawing my son made.
Ooh, you made a drawing? Nice.
And in fact, I think it's yours. I'm not supposed.
Oh, it's for me?
Yeah, I'm probably not even supposed to look at it.
Oh, okay. Well, I won't say anything. I won't say anything.
We'll forget.
Yeah, we'll
We
forget.
didn't hear that.
Yeah, we didn't hear that.
We
It's
didn't
whatever happens in this chat stays in this chat. We
Stays in the
didn't see
chat.
nothing. Yeah. All right.
He's kind of to himself. He just wants to be alone. I said that's fine. He's not mad. I think he's just upset.
Yeah, I understand. So, okay, we got our 5 things. So now you got the smell. So we'll do the 5 smells because you got the lime eraser. So that's one. That's an easy one. Okay, what else do you smell?
My air freshener.
Your air freshener. What's it smell like again? Remind me.
7 lemons. I actually named it myself.
So you got lime and lemons. Okay.
Yeah, I like citrus fruity
You
in my
like
house.
citrusy stuff? Okay.
'Cause it actually takes the dog farts away.
Yeah. What are you feeding that
Nuclear.
dog? All right. What else do you smell?
These chicken nuggets that are next to me.
Okay. Chicken
I've
I can
nuggets.
smell that.
Yeah.
Yeah, now that you
Like,
say that, I can imagine.
Yeah. Okay. Chicken nuggets. Yeah, I can smell. Yeah, I can imagine that smell too. Okay. What's number 4? What's the 4th thing you smell?
The heater fan.
The heater fan. That's a pretty interesting smell to it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a little bit different. All right. And then what's number 5?
This blanket. I just pulled it out of the dryer.
Ooh, I like that.
One of your followers bought me. It's called a sensory blanket. I don't know what that's. It's heavy. It's called. Hang on, what is it called? I'll get the picture.
It's a weighted
My
blanket.
daughter has one.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
It's a
It's called a weighted blanket.
I have one. Yeah. I got a
Do you?
25-pound weighted blanket. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what this is. It's 25 pounds.
And
I
I
haven't tried to use it yet.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it works. I don't know what it does.
And I have another
Such a
blanket
hug.
that's like really furry and soft. So weighted
Yeah.
blankets are awesome. So yeah, you just put it on top of you. I'm over it, and then it just helps you feel like secure, a little bit secure.
Kind of like Phoebe.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Pressure assist that a service dog can do. I've trained service dogs, so if there's anything that
You do? I love your videos. There are a lot of dog stuff.
what help or something, but yeah, that deep pressure that can be really
Yeah.
reassuring. That's what dogs can do for us.
I love that. Yeah, I'll have to I'll have to let you know. I'll have to message you now that you do train dogs.
Cool.
I like that.
Cool. All
I
right.
just wish I could just get some help. God,
All right.
I just
Let,
need some.
I understand. Let's come back to the present. Let's talk about what 5 things you hear. What's the first thing you hear?
You.
You hear me. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's an easy one. There you go.
Yeah.
Sorry, I lost my audio. I'm
No,
back.
it's okay. And you hear Amy now.
Yes, I hear Amy.
That's 2 easy
I'm sorry.
ones.
Right when I was in the middle of talking, and all of a sudden
No,
I put
no,
my
you're
headset
fine.
in. Boop,
You're
boop,
fine.
boop, boop.
You're fine.
I don't
So,
know where you missed me, but it's fine. It's fine. Whatever I said.
all right. So you hear 2 of us. Anything else you hear?
My washer and dryer.
Okay. Your washer and dryer going. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're gonna
And
have some nice smelling laundry that's gonna come out soon.
baking vinegar, baking soda, and actually 7 lemons.
Okay. There you go. All right. That's 3. What's the 4th thing you smell?
And this fucking faucet
Or
that's dripping.
here. The faucet that's dripping. That's the
Yeah,
4th.
that goddamn faucet again.
Oh, is that still that faucet from
Yeah, they're
yesterday?
supposed to fix it hopefully tomorrow.
Okay. Okay. All right. So you got the faucet, and then what's the last thing? The thing
And then
you hear.
I hear the truck outside.
Okay. You hear the truck outside? Is it like
Yeah, I
a
think it's,
semi truck, or is it like a diesel, or what?
no, it's one of the neighbors across is moving out. Thank God.
Okay. Moving truck. Okay. All right. Now 5 things you can touch, you can feel.
Phoebe,
Phoebe, what's she feel like?
soft,
Soft. Yeah.
like
Good.
Gunner.
Yeah, like Gunner. I bet you Gunner's
Yeah.
soft too.
Good girl, Phoebe. Good girl, Phoebe.
Good girl, Phoebe. All right. What else do you feel?
This eraser.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and is it like a square one?
It's like it's I don't know what the fuck it's shaped as. It almost looks like a pregnant midget.
Is it like an avocado?
Like an avocado? Pregnant little person?
I think it was an avocado before. That's what I was picturing.
Maybe it's an avocado. But it smells like a lime?
Yeah, it's weird.
Interesting. Okay.
A
Interesting.
sensory playground.
Sensory
Oh my God,
playground.
my son got it from school, so it was one of those prize things that he got for having good attendance.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And what else? That's strange. What else do you feel?
Oh my God, I just farted. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
If I had one ready, I'd
That's
fart for
okay.
you too. They're hilarious.
Yes,
but
they
you
are.
don't.
Never gets old.
Oh,
Never gets old.
Don't forget the other smell of coconut ass.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Nobody ever forgot that. You didn't, Dad
Nope.
didn't. Oh shit. That's funny.
Yeah.
In
Yeah.
fact, I think you clipped it, didn't you?
I did. I sent the link in YouTube. I'll send it again so people can see it. Yeah. You can watch it.
Oh,
So
you don't forget the funny things. Always,
Yeah.
never forget the funny things.
exactly. You know what? I think there's always a time for humor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I just really hate, and I can't even get my meds. I can't. I have meds that are waiting.
Yeah.
I can't get them.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I just don't know what I'm gonna do.
Well, hopefully insurance something will change, but again, let's not think about the future right now. Let's think about right now. So we still got our list to go through, right? We still got
Yeah.
2 or 3 things that you can feel. I think it's 3 things left we can feel that you can feel.
This Sharpie marker.
Sharpie marker, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
All right.
Phoebe's collar.
Phoebe's collar, okay.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
All right.
And she's giving me kisses.
Oh, so you can feel her kisses on what, your hand?
Yeah.
Okay. There you go. Yeah. All right.
Dog tongue. Dog tongue. That's another of their services. They can
Yeah,
help
see?
ground us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Helps ground us.
She's
Yeah.
a good girl.
She is.
Yeah. So this was,
She ran a mental hospital. She would let me stay.
yeah, she would. All of us would.
Yeah.
And this is fantastic. I'm over it. It's only been 12 minutes. And see, and we headed off. And see, that's good that we do these grounding exercises, and not only does it get you out of a place, but it helps you from not going to a place. Do you see that?
I was trying not to like interrupt like anything, but I didn't know what to do because I can't type. My hands are shaking.
Mm-hmm. I understand. Yeah. So,
I'm just really scared.
well, you're doing fantastic. I know it's
doing
really
really
scary.
great.
Yeah. You're doing really great. And it is scary. And it's okay to acknowledge that it's scary. And I think that if sometimes like when we ignore feelings, they fester, like
Like you were telling me that one time because of all the religious stuff that I just ignored.
yeah, a lot of times I think that's what happens is like with religion, they just tell you to go pray and it doesn't really address the problem. And then that problem just festers and it gets worse and worse and worse. It's like having an infected wound, and you just keep covering it with something and you never, treat the wound. You just keep covering it. And eventually it just gets really infected and then it really hurts everywhere.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. So totally understand. And it can be super frustrating too, dealing with stuff like insurance, especially
Yeah,
for
that's the
stuff
problem. Like I save a lot of money, but the problem is like they want like $500 up front.
Mm-hmm.
And I just like I don't have that, and because somebody said, well, you could apply for food stamps and stuff, but that's for other people that are poor. That's not me. I don't want to go on assistance.
Yeah. I understand.
I just think that's like kind of I'm not like judging people because people do, but I'm saving for those that truly fucking need it.
Mm-hmm. I hear it. And it can be very, very, very frustrating dealing with all that stuff. I totally get it. And,
But I can't even work right now because they let me go, but they like Kylie said I could go to full disability if I wanted to. It just I'm kind of tossed because I love to work.
Yeah.
Because I like to stay busy. But it's kind of weird being home all fucking day long because then this is what happens. I start thinking and I start getting into all this mess and I don't keep myself occupied.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Can we do some stuff with Phoebe? Can we? Yeah. I got ideas for that. You could hit me up. We could do some fun stuff with her.
Yeah,
Keep
would
your
that
hands
work?
busy.
Yeah.
She can learn some tricks she doesn't know right now. She could, acquire a few services that could help you, get you moving if you're sitting down. I used to have a dog that would move me every 45 minutes.
how about
If I sat
that?
too long, she said, "Hey, 45 minutes is up. You got to get up again." That was her job. So
I love that.
yeah, you can't sit too long if your dog is nudging at your hand and says, "Hey, throw me the ball," or "Hey, let's do a trick. Let's do a sit pretty," or something.
If you
Some
could
retreat.
teach me how to get her to play with toys, that would be
Sure.
awesome. She does not, I don't know if she got scared. I got her as a rescue.
It's one of my specialties. Go look at my profile. You see that I teach. I'm a play therapist. I teach people and dogs how to play. That's what I do with my degree now. So you found the right person for that. And play is restorative. Play, we laugh, we're silly, and it just kind of grounds us and helps us practice a little of the being there, being with each other. Play is really quite magical sometimes. So happy
can
to
be.
help. Yeah.
It can be.
I'm gonna follow you. I'm gonna follow you. Okay, hang on,
Yay.
so that you can DM me.
More friends.
Yeah, more friends.
More friends.
Oh, I think I do follow you. This is actually Phoebe's account. I forgot what fucking, because they has reported my other, oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Phoebe, we got an issue. We gotta change it to deconstruction dog. Okay.
There we go. Deconstruction dog. There we go. There you go. All right.
And that way Phoebe can help you when, when we're not here, or when, when Trust isn't here
Absolutely.
for you to
Yeah.
reach out for and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you in a better
I'm
space? I'm
just-
over it.
Yeah, I'm just disappointed.
Yeah, I know. It is disappointing. I hear you.
I didn't mean to interrupt anything.
No,
if
no,
I
no.
did.
It's okay. I'm actually, you know what? Timing is perfect. I'm actually at the end of the live. I got to go soon. So actually worked out.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, stay up here. Don't move. Don't move.
No, I'm not.
You too,
I'm
Amy.
here.
Stay there. Yeah.
All right.
And you too, Forever Atheist. Stay there. Because I want everyone to type W's for the people up here. And, flowers and follows and heart puffs and all that stuff. Let's.
And whoever said about Cash App, I don't need money. Thank you, but I
That's
really
very
like.
kind. Yeah, I didn't see that. That's very kind.
Yeah, don't like. I mean, I'll I just gotta figure it out somehow.
Okay.
And I think hopefully Kylie is working on it too.
Yeah. Well, and you got us to. You can rage all you want in the group support chat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did earlier today.
Good.
I did this the first time.
All right. But yeah, and of course, thank Forever Atheist for keeping everything copacetic in the chat, being a mod. Does a fantastic job with that. So it's wonderful.
Does.
Very, very thankful. Yeah.
I think Gunnar helps him really. I think Gunnar tells him what the fuck to do.
Yeah. And I know.
Oh yeah, he does.
I have some other ones who. Is 3 Pips here? I don't know if 3 Pips is here. I know, Ember, you're on a plane, so I know you can't. You're about to be on a plane or about to go, but yeah, they do a fantastic job. So I thank them for that. And Amy, thank you for coming up to give support.
Yeah, you bet.
Yeah.
Anytime.
Really, really, really appreciate that. And so my folks on YouTube, I thank you too. I don't think I had any mods in YouTube today. Oh no, there's Blaster Master. There you are. Thank you, Blaster Master. I appreciate you coming in and modding on YouTube. So one last push. If you're not following me on YouTube, if you're not subscribed to my channel, please do, because I'm trying to get to 1,000 subscribers, number one. And so I'm a little ways away. And number two, that helps me to bring in guests from YouTube. And so we can listen to them as well. And also, a way for me to thank my mods over on YouTube properly, because all I can do is just say thank you, but I want to do more for them. So that's a big part of it too. But I do thank you all. I'm really, really grateful for the time you spend with me and all that stuff. And I'm really thankful that we were here to help out I'm Over It, to give I'm Over It some support. I'm really, really thankful for that as well. So but I do have to go. Family is calling. So, but I'm over it. You've got the group support chat, so I'll check in with you there later, and you can connect with people there. Okay.
Yeah.
W for everybody. Big W's for the live today. It was fun and it was very successful. So, and
one last fart for old times.
Yeah,
Anybody?
one last
Anybody got
one last
loaded?
fart for old time's sake.
Anyone got
A
one?
little goodbye
No?
fart.
No?
All right. Well, we'll end it there then. Well, everybody have a great night, and we will see you tomorrow. All right. Take care, everybody. Good night.